Sniffing Out the Truth, written by Cindy Kirk. Chapter 1. Santa Camp smelled like pine needles and cocoa, even when there wasn't a mug in sight. The scent lingered in the air itself, as if the place remembered warmth long after it was gone. Held every October, it was part training retreat, part shared tradition, an immersive place where Santas learned the craft together, bonded over long days and nights, and prepared for a public finale that marked the unofficial start of the Christmas season. The cabins of the Towering Pines campground sat just beyond the tree line, weathered but well cared for, their roofs already dusted with fallen needles and early frost, the kind of quiet upkeep that spoke of hands returning year after year without needing to be asked. A banner strung between two posts welcomed volunteers in looping red letters. It felt more cheerful than official, its corners tugged loose by the wind, but never quite coming undone. Trust was built into the place, not announced or enforced, just assumed. You could feel it in how doors were left unlocked, coats draped over chairs, wallets tucked into open tote bags without a second thought, ordinary gestures that only worked because no one here thought to take advantage of them. Jory trotted ahead of me along the gravel path, tail swinging lazily, nose low to the ground. He didn't belong to anyone, not really, but that didn't stop him from acting as if every space in Cornwall and just beyond was his to supervise, a role the town seemed content to let him keep. "Slow down," I told him, though I wasn't in any real hurry. The morning had that low-key expectancy I'd come to recognize. The calm before people arrived in clusters, coffee in hand, voices overlapping as they settled into shared purpose, the work feeling lighter, simply because it was shared. Gerald L. was already here. Of course he was. I'd seen his truck in the lot when I pulled in. A familiar sight, the same rusted dent along the rear panel, the same way he parked just slightly crooked, as if apologizing to the lines for not quite getting it right. Gerald always came early, keys clipped to his belt loop, the unofficial caretaker of Santa Camp, an old rabbit's foot swinging lightly when he walked. More habit than superstition by now, but carried all the same. He said arriving early was habit, but I knew better. Habit was just the word he used when he didn't want credit. He liked to make sure things were ready before anyone else had to worry. Chairs unfolded, thermoses filled, lost and found bins labeled. Small problems handled quietly so the rest of the day could unfold the way it was supposed to, without anyone stopping to wonder who'd made that possible, or feeling the need to thank anyone out loud. You could find him most often not at the center of things, but just off to the side, listening and making mental notes. A man who understood that influence didn't require attention, and who seemed faintly uncomfortable when it found him anyway. "Morning, Pen," he'd said just last week at Augustus Loom, pausing near the front window to admire the fall display. "This tour of yours, it's going to be good for the town." He hadn't raised his voice or asked questions meant to draw others in. He'd simply said it, and somehow that had been enough. People trusted Gerald. If he believed in something, it felt safer to believe in too. Jory stopped short near the cabin marked Santa Locker Room, his body stiffening in a way that made me slow too. He sniffed once, then again, and let out a low, uncertain huff, as if he wanted me to notice without alarming anyone else. "What is it?" I asked. He didn't answer, which wasn't unusual, but he didn't move either. Just stood there, gaze fixed on the half-open door. The cabin looked no different than it had the last time I'd been here, which was, I think, what unsettled me most. Same peeling paint, same wooden bench just inside, visible through the window. For a moment, I wondered why the door was open. Then I assumed Gerald was already inside, probably checking the name tags or rearranging the red and white hats stacked in plastic bins, doing the sort of small, necessary work no one ever remembered to notice. I knocked once, lightly, more courtesy than concern. "Gerald," I called. No response. I hesitated. It wasn't like him not to answer or to leave a door open where any critter could get inside. Gerald closed things properly, always had. It felt reasonable to push the door, so I did just that. It creaked fully open. The smell hit me first. Not pine or cocoa, but something heavier, faintly metallic and cold. My stomach tightened before my mind could catch up. "Gerald?" I said again, stepping inside. The cabin was silent in that unnatural way that pressed against your ears, the absence of sound feeling deliberate. A single overhead bulb cast a dull yellow circle over the bench along the wall, the rest of the room falling away into shadow. Extra Santa jackets hung neatly from hooks, their sleeves brushing against one another. Gerald lay on the floor beside the bench, the usual crease in his jacket sleeve visible even from where I stood. He was on his side, one arm bent beneath him, the other stretched out as if he'd been reaching for something that never came. His glasses sat a few feet away, lenses intact but skewed, catching the light at an odd angle on the floor. For a moment, my mind refused to assemble what I was seeing, as if recognition itself were something I could choose not to do. This was Gerald L. The name moved through me slowly, as if it belonged to a different moment. Gerald, who tied better knots than anyone else at the boat launch. Gerald, who remembered kids' names long after they'd grown. Gerald, who showed up steady as a tide. He shouldn't be on the floor of a locker room. Not here. Not ever. I took a step closer, my breath shallow. "Gerald," I said softly, as if keeping my tone gentle might undo what had already happened. There was no movement. I reached for his wrist, my fingers clumsy, unsure where to place them. I waited, longer than made sense, the seconds stretching thin beneath my fingertips. I told myself I was checking out of habit, that I'd done it before, that it meant something, anything, other than facing what my mind was circling but not yet ready to name. There was nothing. Jory padded in behind me, stopping short of Gerald's body, as if aware of a boundary he didn't cross. He lowered himself to the floor, careful, almost deliberate, and rested his head on his paws. He didn't whine. He didn't bark. He simply stayed. I reached for my phone with hands that didn't quite feel like mine and called 911. Then, without stopping to think, I called Dean. The words came out clipped and strange, as if someone else were speaking through me. "There's been an accident," I said. "At Santa Camp, Gerald L." I paused once to steady myself. "I think he's dead." There was a pause on the other end of the line, just long enough for the words to settle, not long enough to feel like doubt. "Stay where you are," Dean said, calm, certain, as if the next steps had already arranged themselves around that instruction. I ended the call and stood there, unsure what to do with my body, my hands, the sudden weight in my chest, but steadied by the knowledge that he was coming. I wanted to straighten Gerald's jacket, to pick up his glasses, to give his body the dignity he'd spent a lifetime offering everyone else. Instead, I stayed where I was, afraid that any movement might make this real in a way I wasn't ready for. My eyes caught on a cast-iron boot jack near the bench, dark and heavy-looking against the scuffed floorboards, placed too neatly to belong to the chaos gathering in my chest. I didn't touch it. Outside, the camp was still waking up. Doors opened, voices carried through the trees. Nothing out there knew yet what had been lost, or how quickly everything was about to change. Chapter 2. The ambulance doors closed with a sound that didn't belong at Santa Camp, and I flinched at it before I realized I had. The solid final click of a latch carried a note of certainty in a place built for easy pretending. I stood a few steps back on the gravel, arms hanging at my sides, watching the paramedics move with practiced care. No one spoke above a murmur. The morning had gone quiet, the way it does when no one is quite sure how to behave. The trees around the clearing were motionless, their needles dark and still. Somewhere farther down the path, a door shut. Another opened, A kettle whistled once and then stopped, as if the camp itself had remembered to be polite. How to make room for something it didn't yet understand. Jory sat at my feet facing the woods, ears angled forward. Did he hear something the rest of us couldn't? He didn't look at me. He didn't need to. Dean stood nearby, just outside my reach, but I knew I didn't have to look for him. He wasn't in uniform. He looked like himself, tired, steady, a man who'd learned over time that the worst moments rarely arrived with warning. The paramedics stepped back. One of them met Dean's eyes, gave a small nod. Dean returned it without speaking. Then the ambulance began to move. Gravel shifted under the tires. The back end eased around, slow and careful in a way that felt deliberate. For a second, the red light strobed against the trunks of the pines and turned the clearing into something unreal, too bright, too stark. And then it was gone, swallowed by the narrow road and the trees. My legs felt oddly distant, like they'd been left behind a step or two, and I had to remind myself to stay upright. I waited for my mind to catch up. It didn't. Dean came closer. "Pen?" he said, and paused like he was giving my name time to settle in my ears. "You okay to drive?" "I'm fine," I heard myself say, one of those answers that came out of habit. The same kind Gerald had used his whole life, fine as a bridge people crossed without thinking. Dean didn't argue with it. He looked past my words and into the space behind them. "You called 911, he said, "and you called me." He let a beat pass. That was good. I nodded once. A woman in a red camp sweatshirt hovered a few feet away, hands clasped so tightly her knuckles had gone pale. Her name tag said, Marcy. She held a folded blanket over one arm like she'd brought it for someone else and then realized there wasn't an appropriate someone. "Do you want to sit down?" she asked, voice wavering on the last word. There's coffee in the dining hall, or water, or whatever you need." Whatever you need. As if need was something you could identify in the middle of this. "I'm okay," I said again because it was easier than choosing something else. Marcy backed away, relieved to be given a task that wasn't emotional. I watched her go, not because I cared what she did next, but because watching was the only thing my body seemed capable of. Dean glanced toward the cabin. "Can you tell me one more time," he said, "exactly where you were when you opened the door?" I blinked. The question should have landed like procedure. Instead, it landed like a request to prove this had happened in a real sequence of minutes and motions. "I knocked," I said. My mouth felt dry. The door was half open. I pushed it the rest of the way. "And you didn't touch anything inside?" Dean asked. I didn't. The words came out certain, not because I was certain, but because I needed something to be. Dean held my gaze a beat longer, then said, "Okay." He wasn't asking for evidence. He was setting a boundary, keeping the space clean, keeping the story straight, protecting me from second-guessing that would come later when the shock wore off and my brain started replaying every movement. Not only was he kind, but also competent, and I clung to both. Behind Dean, the camp started to stir again, not in a normal way, but in how people moved when they didn't know what to do with their hands. A volunteer carried a box of Santa hats from one cabin to another, then turned around halfway and carried it back as if she'd forgotten why she'd picked it up. Someone else began stacking folding chairs that hadn't been unfolded. A man with a clipboard checked his watch 3 times in under a minute and then stared at the list in front of him like it had turned into a language he didn't speak. I thought of Gerald, how he would have steadied this without being asked. He would have found the task no one wanted and taken it on, not because it mattered most, but because it needed doing. He would have made it look easy, and no one would have noticed until later what they'd been spared. How he would have found the right thing to do and made everyone else feel like they'd thought of it themselves. Dean's phone buzzed in his pocket. He checked it, eyes narrowing slightly, then tucked it away again. "I'll need a statement," he said. Not to me exactly, but to the space we were sharing. "Not right now." but today. I nodded. Dean hesitated, then reached out and touched my shoulder. Brief, cautious, how you touch someone when you weren't sure if contact would help or break them. Granny should be here soon, he said. I didn't call her, I said. I did, Dean replied. Of course he had. The words should have made me feel relieved. They didn't. They simply made my chest tighten in a new, unfamiliar way. Gerald's death was going to summon people, draw them in like a bell rung once, low and impossible to ignore. A car door slammed in the lot. Footsteps on gravel, quick and uneven. I turned and saw my cousin Elise first, moving fast along the path from the parking area, her hair pulled back and her face already set in a look I'd never seen on her before. Not panic exactly, but something braced, something that had decided it wasn't going to fall apart until later. Granny followed a few steps behind, slower, as if speed would make it truer. She wore her heavy coat even though the morning didn't require it, and her scarf was wrapped too tight around her neck. Her hands were bare. That alone told me she hadn't been thinking clearly when she left the house. Elise reached me first. She didn't ask. She simply placed a hand on my arm, firm and warm, grounding me by touch. "Pen?" she said, like she was checking that I was still here. "I'm here," I answered. Her gaze flicked toward the road where the ambulance had disappeared, then toward the cabin, then back to me. She didn't say Gerald's name. She didn't have to. Granny came up beside Elise and stopped. For a moment, she looked past all of us at the trees, her expression blank in a way that suggested the mind refusing to accept what the heart already knew. Then her eyes landed on Dean. Dean tipped his head slightly. Respect? Confirmation? A soundless exchange between people who had seen too much of the same town to pretend this was anything other than what it was. Granny's gaze shifted to me. "Honey?" she said softly. The word honey nearly knocked the breath out of my lungs. It was so intimate and nudged me back into the reality of what had taken place. "I found him," I heard myself say, and the words sounded small, like I'd dropped them on the ground between us and didn't know how to pick them back up. Granny's face tightened. She lifted one hand as if she might touch my cheek and then thought better of it, letting it fall back to her side. Elise's grip on my arm shifted just slightly, steadying, not clinging. Dean cleared his throat. "I need to stay," he said to Granny, tone low, "but I don't want her driving alone." "I'll take her," Granny said immediately. "Good," he said before turning back to me. "I'll be in touch," he said. "Later." Not a promise. An understanding. "Okay," I said, because it was easier than admitting I didn't know what okay meant anymore. Dean stepped away, already pulling his phone back out, eyes scanning the clearing, the cabin, the volunteers. He moved like someone who had accepted that the day was no longer his. It belonged to whatever came next. Elise leaned in closer. "Do you want me to come back with you?" she asked. I opened my mouth. Nothing came out. Granny answered for me. "I'll drive her home," she said, and her voice had that tone she used at Cornwall Historical Society meetings when people suggested something foolish and she needed to redirect them without making a scene. "You stay here and help Marcy. They're going to be spinning in circles." Elise's jaw tightened. She looked like she wanted to argue. Then she glanced at me and saw what I must have looked like. Upright, breathing, technically functional, and nowhere near present. "Okay," she said, softer. "Okay, I'll call Isla." Of course she would call her sister. The town didn't receive news like this without reaching for one another. Granny guided me toward the lot, one hand firm at the small of my back. Her touch was practical, not tender. It was the kind of touch that said, "I will keep you moving until you can move on your own." Jory rose and fell into step beside us without being asked. As we walked, I noticed things I didn't want to notice. A string of paper snowflakes taped inside a window, a cardboard sleigh propped against a wall, one runner already bent, a hand-painted sign that read, "Believe in Glitter," the letters shedding tiny flecks onto the ground below. Cheer had always been fragile. I'd never seen it look so thin or so out of place. Gravel crunched too loudly under our feet, each step announcing itself when no one wanted to be heard. At the edge of the lot, Granny paused beside my car and looked at me as if she were deciding whether to let me hold the keys. "I can drive," I said. "Good," she replied and didn't argue. She reached into her coat pocket and pulled out a tissue, offering it without looking at it, as if she'd known she'd need it the moment she'd heard. "Wipe your face." I touched my cheek with my fingertips and realized it was wet. I took the tissue. Granny opened the passenger door and got in. Jory hopped into the back seat like he had every right to. I slid behind the wheel and stared at my hands gripping it, at the familiar texture of the leather, at how my knuckles had gone white. "Just get us to the road," Granny said. "That's all. One thing at a time." I started the engine. As I backed out, the camp buildings shifted in the mirror. Small, cheerful, unchanged. It looked impossible that something so final had happened inside one of them. We turned onto the narrow road leading back toward Cornwall. The trees closed in again, dark and stable on either side, and the world returned to its usual colors as if it hadn't noticed the difference. I kept driving. Outside, the day had continued without permission. Somewhere in the distance, a bird called once. The sky stayed the same pale October blue, and for a few more minutes, Cornwall still didn't know. Chapter 3. The next morning, I woke already tired, my body heavy with the sense that something had happened while I wasn't looking, even though I knew exactly when it had happened and where, and that I hadn't slept through any of it. The house was quiet. Too quiet, considering how much noise the world was still making outside it. I went through my routine by habit alone. Coffee, shoes, keys. Jory followed me from room to room, not underfoot, just present, as if he'd decided, for reasons of his own, to spend the night and stay close. By the time I unlocked Augustus' loom, I understood something clearly. Gerald's name would be said out loud today, whether I was ready or not, and it wouldn't sound the same in anyone's mouth. I had barely slid the front door open when the first person came in, then another, then another. No one browsed, no one reached for yarn or asked about the fall art tour. They stood in the usual places when they didn't know where else to go, near the counter, along the wall beneath the framed weaving samples, so close to one another that coats brushed, and no one apologized for it. Someone finally broke the silence. "The chief was out at Santa Camp again this morning," a woman said, not looking at anyone in particular. The word "again" settled into the room, heavy with implication. No one asked why. No one asked who had called him back out there. Another voice followed, softer. "They're keeping Santa Camp going." A pause. Then, as if smoothing a wrinkle from a sleeve, someone added, "Gerald would have wanted that." The sentence landed and stayed. It didn't need agreement. It had already been accepted. It had the sound of something people were relieved to believe. A to-go cup from Three Whiskers appeared in front of me. I hadn't asked for it. Someone slid it across the counter like it was part of the furniture now. A few minutes later, a bakery box joined it. Left open, no note attached. I recognized the box before I looked at it. Cream Tea and More used that size for celebrations, not condolences, and the mistake felt telling. "Sit down for a minute," someone said. "I'm fine," I replied automatically, and no one argued with me. They told stories then, short ones, familiar ones. He helped me out once when I was short. Always steady, that one. Never made a fuss. The phrases repeated themselves, circling like they were afraid to land anywhere too sharp. No one mentioned disagreements. No one mentioned times Gerald had said no. The version of him being assembled in the room was serene, uncomplicated, easy to hold. It was a version that asked nothing of anyone. There was no room in it for refusal or consequence or the moments when kindness stopped being enough to protect anyone. Gladys Singleton arrived just before mid-morning. She didn't hesitate in the doorway or lower her voice. She stepped inside like she belonged there, which in her mind she did, and looked around the room with an expression that suggested she was taking stock. "Well," she said, setting her purse down with purpose, "it's a terrible thing." People nodded. A few murmured agreement. Gladys turned her attention to me, her gaze composed and assessing. "Norma and I spoke about this years ago," she said. "We agreed that Gerald wouldn't want anything elaborate." The words were delivered calmly, confidently, as if they were simply being retrieved from a file she'd kept all these years. No one questioned her. I felt the room relax just slightly, like it had been waiting for someone to say exactly that. It wasn't that Gladys was wrong. It was that she spoke with the confidence of someone used to being agreed with and rarely challenged. "A small service," Gladys continued, "private. That's what he'd have wanted." "That makes sense," someone said at once. "Keeping Santa Camp open is the right thing," another added. "He wouldn't want all this disrupted." Each sentence eased the tension a little more. Each one closed off another possibility. I listened, saying very little. I felt a tightening in my chest I couldn't quite explain, a sense that something important was being decided without being examined. I thought, briefly, about pushing back, about asking how we knew, about suggesting that maybe wanting things to be easy wasn't the same as wanting them to be unexamined. Then I didn't. The moment passed. Disagreeing felt unkind, and Gerald had been kind his whole life. By the time the shop emptied, the shape of things had already been set. Plans were forming. Decisions were being made. The town was adapting to a version of events that felt comfortable and safe. Everyone seemed relieved that someone like Gladys knew what Gerald would have wanted. I stood behind the counter long after the door closed, my untouched coffee cooling beside me, and wondered what else his kindness had decided for us. Chapter 4. Cornwall had chosen light. By late afternoon, the newly refurbished Harwood building would be warm with people. Santa volunteers and community families packed shoulder to shoulder, paper plates in hand, sounds overlapping under strings of borrowed twinkle lights. The building had been made for gathering. Wide doors, good lighting, a kind of cheer that didn't ask too many questions. Someone would make a big pot of chili to feed half the county. Someone else would bring cookies from Cream Tea in a box that still smelled faintly of sugar and cinnamon. There would be laughter that arrived a little too quickly, and kindness offered a little too insistently, because no one quite knew what to do with the space Gerald L. had left behind. I knew all of that, which was how I knew Santa Camp should be empty. The gravel road out to the youth Bible camp was narrow, flanked by pine and maple, the trees already thinning at the tips as October leaned into itself. The sky was clear, bright in that crisp way that made everything look sharper than it felt. Leaves scraped across the windshield when I turned off the main road, and the sound made me think of paper being shuffled, documents, plans, arrangements already being made, a day moving forward. Jory trotted ahead of my car the last stretch, appearing out of nowhere the way he often did, as if he'd been following the idea of me rather than the route. He ran along the edge of the road with easy confidence, then slowed as the camp buildings came into view. I didn't tell myself I was going there for answers. I told myself I just needed to see it again, to stand there in daylight and let my mind reconcile what it had tried to reject. But even that felt like a lie I was allowing because it was kinder than the truth. I parked near the clearing, the same place I had parked yesterday. The lot was empty now. No volunteer cars, no camp staff, no ambulance. Only my car and the hush of trees that didn't care what had happened beneath them. The camp looked unchanged. That was the first wrong thing I noticed. Wrong not because it had changed, but because it hadn't. Because it stood there offering cheer without context, as if nothing inside it had ever asked for reckoning. A banner still hung between two posts near the dining hall. "Welcome Santa Camp" in looping red letters. Someone had taped paper snowflakes inside the windows of the main building. A cardboard sleigh was leaned against the porch railing, one runner bent in a way that would have bothered Gerald enough to fix without anyone ever realizing he had, or thanking him for it. The bins of Santa hats were still stacked near the walkway, neatly lidded. A strand of garland drooped along the edge of a cabin roof, one plastic berry catching the sunlight as if it had been polished. Cheer didn't belong here when no one was here to wear it. Jory stayed close as I stepped out, but not in his usual way. He didn't range ahead with his nose to the ground, claiming the space as his own. He walked beside me, shoulder to my knee for a few steps, then slowed until he fell behind. He stopped entirely when we reached the cabin marked Santa Locker Room. I stopped too. The door was closed now. A length of yellow tape stretched across the door frame, loosely affixed, catching the light so that I stopped where I stood. Official, impersonal, and final. I stood in front of it without touching the handle. I didn't need to open it to feel the shape of the room inside my mind. The dull overhead bulb, the bench along the wall, the Santa jackets hanging in their neat red row like a promise. The place where Gerald had been. Jory sat a few feet back, facing the door, ears angled forward. He didn't whine. He didn't paw at the wood. He simply watched, still in a way that made my skin tighten. "It's just a room," I said, though I wasn't speaking to him as much as I was trying to convince myself. I shifted my gaze to the window. The glass reflected my face more than it revealed the inside, but I could make out the bench in the dimness, the line of hooks, the corner of a bin. Nothing looked disturbed. Nothing looked changed. That was the second wrong thing, because everything had changed. I took a step closer, mindful, as if the gravel beneath my shoes might remember the sound of yesterday's footsteps. The air smelled like pine and cold sun. The woods were calm. If I hadn't known, I could have believed Santa Camp had never been anything but harmless. I stared at the door until my eyes began to pull details from it, the way they did when I was trying not to think. The chipped paint along the frame, the tiny split in the wood near the latch, the faint smear on the lower panel where someone's hand had pushed it shut. I didn't reach for it. Instead, my attention slid, uninvited, to something smaller, a feeling more than a thought. Something that should have been there. Not grief, not shock. Something more practical and more dangerous, the sense that a habit had been interrupted. Gerald had filled that space for so long it had never needed a name, not a thing I could name. Not yet. Just a flicker of expectation in my mind that went unanswered, like turning toward a familiar sound and hearing nothing. I waited for it to resolve into something concrete. It didn't. Shock, I told myself. That was all. My mind was still catching up. My body was still reacting to yesterday. This was grief, not instinct. This was trauma, not knowledge. I let myself believe it because the alternative felt like opening the door. My phone rang sharp in the quiet. The sound startled Jory into standing. He took one step back, then froze again, eyes still on the cabin. I looked at the screen. Elise. I answered on the second ring. "Hey." There was a pause, and in it I could hear the background of her world, voices close together, the clink of something being set down, a burst of laughter that sounded practiced. "Where are you?" Elise asked. "At Santa Camp," I said. Another pause, longer this time. "Oh, Pen," Elise said. Not scolding, not dramatic, just a sound that held worry and understanding in the same breath. Why? "I don't know," I admitted, and the truth of it made my throat tighten. I just ended up here. On the other end of the line, Elise exhaled. "They're about to serve food," she said. "Granny's here. Gladys, too. You know how she is. She's already telling people where to put the tables." I could picture it. Gladys Singleton with her purse set down like a gavel, her opinions filling gaps no one else wanted to fill. "Elise," I said, not sure what I needed from her. "I'm not telling you to come back," Elise said quickly, as if she could hear the shape of my uncertainty. "I'm not. Granny asked me to check. She's watching the door like she expects you to walk in." The image hit me harder than it should have. Granny waiting. Of course she was. I leaned my shoulder lightly against the cabin wall, the wood cool through my sweater. The ground felt steady beneath me, too steady, as if it didn't care. Elise's voice softened. "You don't have to be there if you're not ready," she said. "I'm not ready for anything," I replied before I could stop myself. Elise was subdued for a moment, and in that moment I could hear how the town was trying to keep moving without looking too closely at what it was stepping over. Then she said, "Gerald would understand." The words landed like they always did, comforting, easy to accept. Understanding had become the town's favorite word. It smoothed everything it touched. It asked nothing in return, except I felt something in me resist. Not anger, not exactly, just a small, stubborn refusal to let Gerald's goodness become permission for everyone else to avoid the hard parts. I could almost hear him, the way he'd spoken without raising his voice, the way he'd made you feel you could do better without humiliating you for needing to. Maybe he would understand, or maybe understanding was what had cost him. "I'll be there soon," I said, because Elise was waiting for something, and because I couldn't tell her the truth, that I didn't want to leave this place empty. That part of me believed if I walked away, Cornwall would walk away with me, and whatever happened here would be absorbed into the town's comforting, forgiving version of events. "Okay," Elise said. Relief threaded through the word. "Drive safe." I ended the call and stood there a moment longer, phone still in my hand. Jory had moved closer again, though he didn't come all the way to me. He stood between me and the door, as if holding a line. I looked at the closed cabin and realized something with a clarity that made my stomach drop. This place was where Cornwall didn't want to stand. Everyone was at the Harwood building because it was easier to gather in warmth than it was to linger in the cold outline of what had happened. Easier to pass food and tell stories than to look at a door and admit you didn't know what was on the other side of it anymore. And Gerald, stable, kind Gerald, was already being used as the reason. I took a slow breath, tasting pine and something metallic in the air, and finally stepped back from the door. Behind me, the camp remained unchanged and waiting, patient in a way that unsettled me. As I walked toward my car, I didn't look back, because I was afraid of what I'd see if I did. Chapter 5. I'd promised my cousin and Granny I'd stop by before heading home, and somehow that promise carried me from Santa Camp straight into the lighted windows of the Harwood building, my feet moving before my thoughts had caught up. The fresh paint caught dusk just right, the windows glowing warmly as evening settled in. Someone had strung white lights along the exposed beams, looping them carefully as if symmetry mattered more tonight than usual. Tables lined the walls, already crowded with crockpots and bakery boxes and stacks of paper plates. The room hummed, not loudly but constantly, with the sound of people doing what people did best when something felt off balance, gathering and closing ranks without saying so. I found myself helping before anyone asked, falling into an old rhythm without needing to check who else was already doing the same. A chair needed moving. A serving spoon was missing. Someone wasn't sure where to plug in the coffee urn. I handled each small problem automatically, trusting that if I took one thing, one of my cousins would have the next. Gerald would have approved of that, I thought, and then stopped myself. That sentence was already getting too much use. People filled the room steadily. Santa volunteers, families, a few folks who didn't quite fit either category but had come anyway. Conversations overlapped and reformed, familiar voices layering into something that sounded almost like normal. Almost. Gerald's name surfaced everywhere, light as breath. He helped me out once when I first moved here. Coached my nephew, took extra time with him. Always showed up early. The stories were warm, easy, sanded smooth by repetition. No one lingered on details. No one mentioned anything difficult. Gerald was being shaped into something simple enough to hold without cutting yourself on it, or having to ask what it cost. I noticed Dean when he came in. The room adjusted around him without meaning to. Voices dipped a notch. Someone shifted to make space. He greeted a few people, accepted a paper plate from someone I didn't see, and leaned against the far wall as if he'd chosen the least obtrusive place on purpose. Ryan Mickles stood near the center of the room, close enough to be seen, not close enough to be cornered. He looked exactly as he should have, somber, hands clasped loosely in front of him, eyes downcast when someone spoke directly to him. A man in a flannel shirt clapped him on the shoulder as he passed, murmuring something I couldn't hear. Ryan nodded, his expression suitably grateful. He fit the picture neatly. Too neatly. "Good kid," someone said nearby. Gerald always kept an eye on him. I felt that tightening in my chest again. It was said like reassurance, like closure. I didn't argue with it. I simply noted it. How you noted a draft you couldn't quite place. The food was ready. Someone said a few words. Nothing formal, nothing prepared, and people bowed their heads more out of habit than conviction. Plates were filled. Chairs scraped softly against the floor. I stood near the edge of one table, listening, aware of Elise somewhere to my left and Isla somewhere behind me without needing to look. "He never said no," a woman said with a small, affectionate laugh. "That was Gerald," someone agreed. "Always willing." A few people smiled. Someone else added, "I remember Norma telling him more than once he didn't need to carry that lucky rabbit's foot with him everywhere." There was a brief ripple of amusement. Then Pete Ball snorted. "Well," he said around a mouthful of cookie, "guess it wasn't that lucky after all." The words landed wrong, flat and unmistakable, with nowhere polite to put them. The room didn't freeze exactly, but it did go still. Someone cleared their throat. Someone else made a disapproving sound under their breath. A woman near the coffee urn shot Pete a sharp look. Pete noticed none of it. Or noticed and didn't care. He shrugged, already reaching for another cookie, his attention shifting. Conversation resumed, a little louder than before, as if volume could patch up the brief tear. Someone laughed too quickly. Someone changed the subject. I felt it then. Not outrage, not grief, but something quieter and more unsettling. There were things you were allowed to say about Gerald L., and things you weren't. Pete had crossed that line because he'd been careless, and instead of correcting him, the room had chosen to absorb the moment and move on. Kindness, again, doing its work, covering things. Dean caught my eye from across the room. His expression was neutral, attentive. I had the sense that he'd noticed the same things I had, that he was cataloging, not yet commenting. Ryan laughed at something someone said nearby. It was a small sound, appropriately subdued, and it blended easily into the hum of the room. I looked around at the lights, the food, the delicate way people were holding themselves together, and understood something I hadn't quite named before. This was how Cornwall protected itself. Not with lies, not with denial, with manners. And Gerald, steady, generous Gerald, had taught the town how to do it, without ever meaning to. Chapter 6. Tuesday mornings at Granny's house began at 9 sharp, whether anyone was ready or not, and readiness had never been the point. Coffee was on by the time I arrived, the familiar scent drifting out into the yard like an invitation. The door was unlocked, as it always was on Tuesdays, and I let myself in without knocking. Low voices carried from the dining room, Granny was at the counter with the toaster, moving with the practiced efficiency of someone who could host a meeting and a meal at the same time without breaking stride. She glanced up when she saw me, her expression softening just a fraction. "There you are," she said. "Sit. You look like you need toast." "I'm fine," I started to say, because it was what my mouth offered first, but the words didn't land right and fell away instead. I swallowed. Coffee would be good. "That I can do," Granny said and set a mug in front of me like it was a decision she'd already made. The table was set like always with mismatched mugs, a plate of toast in the center, jam in a chipped dish, a small stack of folders and printouts tucked beside the sugar bowl. This was Granny's world. Warmth and paperwork sharing the same space without conflict, each lending the other legitimacy. Marianne Albrecht arrived next, cheeks pink from the cold, a faint trace of garden soil still under one fingernail no matter how many times she washed her hands. "I probably shouldn't say this," she announced immediately, hanging her coat, "but my Rosemary is still alive. Don't ask me how." "Miracles happen," Granny replied dryly. Lydia Hawking came in behind her, calm as ever, reading glasses hanging from a chain. Terence followed with a notebook under one arm as if he might be struck by inspiration. Mid-toast. Katie slid in last, eyeliner perfect, expression amused by everything she hadn't even heard yet. Once everyone had a mug and a piece of toast, Granny tapped a manicured nail against the nearest folder. "All right," she said. "Business." It was a small word, but it shifted the room. Postures straightened. Lydia pushed her glasses up as if preparing to correct someone. Terence looked eager, like a man about to witness the opening scene of a mystery even when he was only looking at meeting notes. "Founders' Day," Granny said. "It's coming up sooner than we'd like." Terence's brows lifted. "In the next few weeks." "In exactly 19 days, Lydia said without looking up from her notes. Katie tilted her head mock-wise. "Because of course you know that." Lydia gave her a small, patient smile. "It's on the calendar." Granny slid a list toward the center of the table. "We need volunteers for the historical display. We need someone to confirm the vendor permits. And we need to decide whether we're doing the walking tour again." "We should," Terence said quickly. "It's charming. It's educational. It has narrative momentum." Marianne blinked. "I thought it had blisters." "It had both," Granny said. They moved through the list efficiently, with small corrections and occasional teasing. Lydia clarified dates and names. Katie made a note about who still owed paperwork. Marianne offered to bring tea blends for the booth. Terence suggested a dramatic theme and was ignored. For a few minutes, it felt almost normal. Then Marianne, stirring jam into her coffee like that was a thing people did, said, "That Harwood building turned out nice." "It did," Granny agreed. "They've done good work on it." "It's a good space," Jim Goody said when he arrived a few minutes later, slipping into the last open chair with banker-polished ease. He wasn't a regular on Tuesdays, but no one commented on that. "I stopped by last night." "That many people in one room," Marianne added, shaking her head. "You'd think it was Founders' Day." "Speaking of," Granny began automatically, then stopped, as if she'd heard herself and decided against it. The room quieted in a way that didn't have anything to do with toast or meeting notes. Terence lifted both brows. A lot of feelings looking for somewhere to go. Katie leaned back. "Better there than standing around Santa camp staring at yellow tape." Granny's gaze flicked to her. Not sharp, just enough. "Well," Lydia said, folding her hands, "people wanted to do something, anything." "And they did," Granny replied, "which is as it should be." A pause settled in, one of those moments where the conversation arrived at its real subject without anyone wanting to be the one to name it. "So," Jim said finally, clearing his throat, "has anyone heard what the plans are?" "For what?" Terence asked, though his tone suggested he knew perfectly well. For Gerald, Jim said, service-wise. Granny set her mug down with care. Nothing formal yet, she said, and it doesn't need to be. Marianne nodded quickly. Private, nothing elaborate. That's what Gerald would have wanted, someone said. I nodded along with them, because it was easier than doing anything else, and because nodding had already been decided for me. Granny's nail tapped once against the table. We don't need to make a production of it, she said. A small service. People who knew him. Which was half the town, Terence murmured. Granny didn't respond. Marianne sighed. I imagine Gladys Singleton will definitely have some ideas of how this should be handled. A few chuckles rose around the table. Even I laughed despite myself. Granny didn't. Her nail tapped again, one crisp, decisive sound. Leave Gladys to me, she said. I'll speak with her. Relief moved through the room, subtle but unmistakable, orderly, as if a problem had been assigned to the only person qualified to contain it. Katie took a sip of coffee and said lightly, The chief's been busy. Granny didn't ask for details. Katie shrugged, unapologetic. That's all I'm saying. Marianne opened her mouth, then closed it again. I probably shouldn't say this, she began, and the whole table went very still. But Bob came home from the morgue quiet. She stopped there, as if even that was too much. Lydia's fingers tightened around her mug. It's unbelievable, she said. Someone like Gerald. Yes, Granny agreed. It is. Terence leaned forward, brows high with intention. If this were fiction, he began, and for a moment I could see the gears turning behind his eyes. I'd say the story wants us to believe it was simple, neat, something you can grieve without having to look too closely. The words hung there, too honest for toast and Tuesday morning routines. Granny's voice stayed even. Good thing it isn't fiction. Terence sat back, chastened but not offended. He scribbled something in his notebook anyway. Someone mentioned Ryan then, as if his name naturally belonged in the same category as Gerald's generosity. Gerald did a lot for that young man, Jim said. Gave him a chance. He helped a lot of people, Marianne added quickly, smoothing the sentence out like she could soften the shape of it. The name drifted by without resistance, without pause. No one lingered on it. No one questioned why it had come up at all. I noticed, and no one else did. The meeting wound down with folders stacked, mugs emptied, a few last tasks assigned. The important decisions had been made without ever being written down. The room had found its consensus, and everyone seemed grateful for it. As I stood to leave, Granny touched my wrist, her grip warm and constant. We'll take care of things, she said. I believed her, and as I stepped back out into the crisp morning air, I understood something that made my chest feel tight and heavy all at once. They hadn't just talked about a service. They'd decided, together, what questions were allowed and which ones would be politely left untouched. Chapter 7. The next morning, I found myself at Three Whiskers before I'd fully decided to go, my feet making the choice ahead of the rest of me. My cousin had texted late the night before, brief, practical. Elise, can you help for an hour? Isla's got an appointment. I'd typed back yes without hesitation. Helping was what I did. It gave my hands something to believe in. Otherwise, I'd have been unlocking Augustus loom down the block, pretending my hands didn't shake when I threaded the loom, each pass demanding more steadiness than I felt. Three Whiskers smelled like espresso, cinnamon, and warm bread. The front windows fogged, October pressing its cool palms against the glass. Cleopatra occupied her usual spot atop the counter near the pastry case, tail flicking with regal impatience as if she alone supervised inventory. McFurry sat beneath the window, watching everyone with the grave intensity of a judge who'd seen too much. Guinness was curled in the corner chair, already claimed by a woman who looked like she might cry if anyone asked how she was doing. Eudora Butterfield was seated near the window, watching more than participating, something she did well enough that people eventually stopped asking what she'd seen. Elise stood behind the counter, hair pulled back, movements calm and efficient. "You're a lifesaver," she said when she saw me. "Apron's where it usually is." I tied it on, washed my hands, and stepped into the rhythm easily, wiping counters, refilling napkins, redirecting marmalade when he made a calculated attempt on an unattended scone. For a while, it worked. The doing, the not thinking. Then the door slid open. Ryan Mickles came in, stamping his boots lightly on the mat, bringing cold air in with him. Snowball darted between his ankles and immediately knocked over a stack of coasters, grooming himself as if chaos were none of his concern. Ryan paused, then smiled. "Morning," he said. "Morning," Elise replied. Her voice lightened. "How are you holding up?" "Ryan." "Okay," Ryan said, then turned to me. "Pen." "Ryan." He hesitated, then stepped closer, his tone softer the way people did when they believed grief required privacy. "I'm really sorry," he said, "about Gerald." The words were exactly right, his tone cautious, weighted. "Thank you," I said. "He was a good friend to you as well." He nodded like the exchange had gone how it was meant to. "I didn't expect to see you here," I added, and heard the truth of it as soon as I spoke, how quickly expectations were forming without my permission. Ryan glanced toward the window. "I'm heading out to Santa Camp later," he said, "hoping if I stay away long enough I'll miss the reindeer games." "Reindeer games," I repeated. Ryan let out a breath that might have been a laugh. "Don't ask." He chuckled again, already closing the door on it. It was meant lightly, a joke, but something about it didn't quite settle. I watched him over the rim of my own mug and wondered, without accusation, without intent, why he'd signed up for the activity at all, and why that question had come to me now. "It was nice of Denzel to give you the time off to attend Santa Camp," I said, keeping my tone light. Ryan's eyes flicked up. "Yeah," he said, a fraction too quickly. "My boss is big into civic involvement." The edge was there again, brief, unguarded, before he smoothed it away. "I'm grateful for the opportunity," he added. Elise glanced at me, then back to Ryan. "You sound like Gerald now," she said. Ryan smiled, or something close to it. "Everyone knew how special you were to Gerald," she said gently. "Not praise, not reassurance, just a statement." Ryan's fingers tightened briefly around the cup. "Yeah," he said after a moment, "it's just really hard." He drained his cup and set it carefully on the counter. "See you around," he said. "Take care," Elise replied. He left, the door sliding shut behind him. The cafe filled in around the space he'd occupied. McFurry resumed his watch. Guinness shifted closer to the woman in the corner, earning a hand absently laid on his back. Life went on, quiet and deliberate, as if nothing fragile had passed through. I reached for a stack of napkins and straightened them, even though they didn't need it. Elise was already moving on to the next order. Someone laughed near the window. Marmalade tested the edge of the counter again and was calmly shooed away. The moment passed. I wiped the counter, then the one beside it, and told myself I was doing what I'd always done, helping. Chapter 8. The station smelled of coffee and old paper, the kind of neutral scent that suggested nothing personal was meant to linger here for long. Dean stood near the counter, jacket off, sleeves rolled once at the cuffs. He looked tired, like he was holding too many details in his head and refused to let them spill, his jaw set a fraction tighter than usual. "I'll be in touch," he said, not formally. Not a promise, just a statement of fact. "I know," I replied. Behind the desk, the sergeant, newer to Cornwall but already learning its rhythms, set a folder aside and shook his head. "Good guy," he said, as if Gerald were a category rather than a person. Everybody keeps saying the same thing. He would have hated causing trouble." The words landed with the soft thud of something final. Dean didn't correct him. He didn't need to. In Cornwall, that sentence functioned less as an opinion than as a conclusion. The front door opened then, briskly, and Gladys Singleton swept in like the building had been waiting for her, the door swinging wider than it had for anyone else that afternoon. She wore her good coat, the one she reserved for matters that required authority, and she carried a small envelope tucked under one arm, already labeled in neat, decisive handwriting. "I'm here about Gerald L.'s personal things," she announced, stopping at the desk. "I'll be sending them along to Norma's niece." Dean turned toward her. "I can't release anything yet, Gladys." "I didn't ask you to release them," she said calmly. "I asked to see them." The sergeant glanced at Dean, who hesitated just long enough to register the request as unusual, then nodded. "They're bagged," he said. "Evidence." Gladys waved that away. "I'll know if anything's missing." That was not a challenge. It was a fact she expected to be accepted. Dean led us to his office to a side table where the contents of a clear plastic bag sat neatly arranged. Wallet, keys, glasses, a few folded receipts, ordinary things rendered strange by the setting and their sudden finality. Gladys leaned in, peering through the plastic with sharp, practiced eyes. "Huh," she said. Dean waited. She tapped the bag lightly with one finger. "That wallet should look heavier." Dean frowned. "There's a 5 in there." "Yes," Gladys said, "and that's the problem." She looked at me. "Isn't that right, Penelope?" "It is," I said. "Gerald always carried ones, a lot of them." Dean's gaze flicked between us. "For the kids," Gladys continued, "and not just kids, anyone really. He liked to tell people to buy themselves something sweet." No one spoke. The absence of the bills sat there, unremarked upon by procedure, heavy with habit, waiting to be noticed by someone who knew better. Gladys studied the rest of the bag, methodical now. "And his rabbit's foot?" Dean blinked. "His what?" She looked up at him, surprised. The lucky rabbit's foot, hung from a little chain on his belt loop. Everyone knew that. Dean turned back to the bag, scanned it again, slower this time. "It's not here," he said. That was new information. I could tell by how his posture shifted, how the room itself seemed to recalibrate around it. His attention sharpened without him saying a word. Gladys straightened, satisfied with what she'd learned. "Well," she said briskly, "that won't do." She adjusted her coat and turned toward the door. Business concluded for now. Then she paused and looked back at Dean. "You coming to the Santa finale tonight?" Dean looked genuinely puzzled. "The what?" "The finale," Gladys repeated. "The show the Santas put on at the end of camp. Happens every year." "It's tonight," I added. "They're finishing up this afternoon." Dean filed it away mentally. Gladys smiled, already halfway gone. "Gerald never missed it," she said, as if attendance were a kind of duty. She swept out, leaving the door to swing shut behind her. For a moment, neither of us spoke. Dean met my eyes. Just a glance. Not a plan, not a question. Recognition, not of guilt, of pattern. People would gather tonight. They usually did. Outside, the afternoon light had shifted, cloud cover rolling in from the west. I stepped down from the station porch and felt the weight of it settle. Not dread, exactly, but awareness. Gerald's kindness had been remembered, and now something that should have been there was gone. Chapter 9. The Santa finale filled the community hall with a noise that felt practiced. Not loud, exactly, just layered. Folding chairs scraping the floor, parents shushing children who were already vibrating with sugar and anticipation, the rustle of red suits as the Santas lined up along the back wall, strings of lights looped from beam to beam, warm enough to soften the cinder block, bright enough to suggest cheer, whether anyone felt it or not, humming faintly about it all. I arrived early to watch people settle into their places. Dean came in a few minutes later, greeting a volunteer at the door, scanning the room. Out of habit, not suspicion, cataloging without comment. Our eyes met once, briefly. No signal. Just acknowledgement that we were seeing the same room. The program itself unfolded with a skit that leaned heavily on inside jokes. A song everyone pretended not to know the words to, then sang anyway. Laughter arrived on cue, applause swelling and tapering with practiced ease. The Santas played their parts well, ho-ho-hoing in staggered rhythm, red sleeves brushing as they bowed. I found myself watching faces instead of the stage. Most of the Santas leaned into it. Big gestures, exaggerated cheer, eyes already tracking where the kids would be released into the aisles. But two of them lagged half a beat behind. Ryan Mickles and another man I didn't know well stood slightly apart, smiles fixed but late, their attention drifting toward the exits rather than the crowd. And I felt my focus narrow. When the skit ended, someone clapped loudly and called out, "All right, Santas, go spread the cheer." Buckets of candy canes appeared as if by magic, cellophane crackling as they were passed hand to hand. The mingling began. This was Gerald's element. I could picture him instantly, kneeling to a child's eye level, slipping a candy cane into a mittened hand, laughing with an elderly woman who pretended she didn't want one and took two anyway. He had known how to do this part without making it look like effort or obligation. Ryan hesitated before stepping forward. He took a candy cane from the bucket and held it like he wasn't quite sure what to do with it. When a little boy approached, Ryan bent down, offered the cane, grinned. The exchange was correct, polite, efficient. Then he straightened and took a step back, letting another Santa fill the space. "Come on," someone murmured near him, not unkindly. "Kids are watching." And so was everyone else. Ryan nodded and moved again, slower this time. Around me, people spoke in the shorthand of shared understanding. "Don't be a downer. It's for the kids." Gerald would have loved this. His name slid easily into the air, a reassurance rather than a loss, doing the work it had been doing all week. I stood near the refreshment table, watching the choreography of it all, the way cheer moved through the room in waves, the way anyone who didn't quite match the rhythm was nudged back into time. A woman beside me adjusted a string of lights that had slipped loose. Another volunteer handed out programs no one needed anymore. I didn't plan the question. It arrived fully formed. "What would have been Gerald's role tonight?" she asked. The woman beside her paused, fingers still on the lights. "Well," she said after a beat, smiling, "you know Gerald. He didn't need a role." The answer came too easily. Someone else laughed. He was just wherever he was needed. "Yes," the first woman agreed, relief settling back into her voice. "Exactly." The moment passed, like a wrinkle pressed flat by habit. Across the room, Dean watched the exchange without intervening. Later, when the crowd had shifted and the Santas were circulating in a loose, cheerful swarm, he came to stand beside me. "People need this," he said, more as an observation than a defense. "I know," I replied. We watched as Ryan stepped toward the edge of the room and paused, adjusting his hat, breathing a little easier once someone else took over his section. The other reluctant Santa followed suit, peeling off toward the exit under the guise of fetching more candy canes. No one called them back. No one needed to. The music swelled again, louder this time, and the room filled with movement and laughter. The show carried on intact and undisturbed. I stayed where I was, hands folded loosely around a paper cup, aware of the invisible line I'd crossed and how quickly it had been erased. Cheer, I realized, had rules, and tonight, no one wanted them tested. Chapter 10. The Founders' Day planning meeting took place in the archive room at the back of the Historical Society. The room housed a long table, straight-back chairs, and shelves of labeled boxes lining the walls. I arrived on time, notebook tucked under my arm, expecting to sit, listen, and leave with one or two small tasks I'd already agreed to take on. That had been the pattern for years. I took a seat near the middle, close enough to be useful, far enough not to be in charge. Dottie Tidball, who ran the Historical Society's archives, stood at the front of the room, sorting a stack of labeled folders into tidy piles. She was precise in everything she did. Hair neatly pinned, glasses perched low on her nose, eyes missing very little. "All right," Dottie said, glancing around the table. "We'll keep this brief." She moved through the agenda efficiently. Booth locations, power access, the walking tour schedule, and a note about weather contingencies discussed with the seriousness Cornwall reserved for things it couldn't control. I jotted notes, nodded when appropriate, waited. Near the end, Dottie cleared her throat and adjusted her glasses. "One more thing," she said. "I won't be able to coordinate the archive booth after all." A few heads lifted. "My children are coming into town that weekend," Dottie continued, as if this explained everything. "They weren't planning to, but plans change. Family comes first." Several people murmured agreement. Dottie smiled briefly, then turned her gaze unerringly to me. "So," she said, "I was hoping Penelope could find someone to take it over." The request landed softly, as though I'd already said yes. I felt the familiar pull, the instinctive reaching forward, the mental checklist forming before I'd even spoken. Finding a replacement wouldn't be difficult. I knew who to ask. I knew how to phrase the request so no one felt put upon. I knew how to placate. Across the table, someone nodded. Another person shuffled papers, already moving on. "If Gerald were here, he'd have handled it," someone said lightly, meaning reassurance, not pressure. I looked down at my notebook. I waited for the room to register the pause. "I think it would be best if you found your own replacement," I said. Dottie blinked. "Oh," she said, then smiled again, quicker this time. "It's not a big thing. Just finding someone to staff the booth. You're already connected to the archives through the Genealogy Society." "I still think it would be best if you found your own replacement," I said. Silence settled. Not heavy, but unmistakable. Someone cleared their throat. Another person flipped a page that didn't need flipping. "Well," Dottie said, her tone still pleasant, "I thought I'd ask." "Of course," I replied. The moment passed, or tried to. Dottie made a note on her clipboard. Someone suggested a different volunteer. The meeting moved on, intact. No one argued with me. No one pressed me. That somehow felt worse than if they had. When the meeting adjourned, chairs scraped back and people clustered into small, efficient groups. I gathered my things and stood, suddenly aware of how exposed I felt, like I'd stepped out off the beaten path without realizing how much it had guided me before. As I reached the door, I heard Dottie's voice behind me, already calm, already redirecting the problem elsewhere. I paused, hand on the handle, then stepped out into the hallway. The building held the hush of decisions no one wanted to examine too closely. I stood there a moment longer than necessary, feeling the weight of it, not relief, not regret, just the understanding. This was what it felt like. The moment when kindness stopped being easy and saying no, so small, so reasonable, left you standing alone with it. Chapter 11. I stopped at Three Whiskers on my way to Granny's, telling myself it was for coffee and not because I needed a softer place to land before 9. The cafe was already awake, cups clinking, the low hum of conversation achieve its usual rhythm. Elise stood behind the counter, hair pulled back, sleeves pushed up, moving with the competence of someone who knew exactly what needed doing and when. Isla was perched on a stool near the register, scrolling on her phone, one foot hooked around the rung. They both looked up when I came in. "Oh," Isla grinned. "Now we'll get the tea straight from the source." Elise grinned. "What my dear sister is saying. We heard what happened at the meeting and we're curious." Elise didn't press. No accusation. Just the kind of curiosity that came when news had already traveled and no one wanted to pretend they hadn't heard. And I was grateful for it. I took the mug Elise slid toward me and wrapped both hands around it. A black British shorthair, Guinness, appeared from nowhere and rested against my leg, a solid, familiar weight. "Dottie asked?" Isla prompted, leaning forward. "She asked if I'd find her replacement," I said. "And you said—" Isla rolled one hand in a circular motion. "I said no." Elise nodded once. "That tracks." "It wasn't dramatic," I added, because something in me wanted the record set straight. No one argued. No one pushed. Of course they didn't. Isla let out a heavy sigh as if she'd been hoping for fireworks, par for the course in Cornwall. She hopped down from the stool and reached for the espresso machine, already moving on. Elise met my eyes over the counter. "You okay?" she asked, not as an invitation to explain, just a check-in. "I am," I said. It surprised me how true it felt. Just aware of how easy it would have been to agree. Elise smiled at that, small and knowing. "Granny's expecting you." I finished my coffee, gave Guinness a scratch behind the ears, and stepped back out into the morning. Granny's house smelled like cinnamon and clove. The table was set, but not every chair was filled. Marianne wasn't there yet. Terrence had called to say he was on his way. Lydia had texted she'd be there soon, and Katie was working the day shift. Granny stood at the counter, buttering toast with deliberate care. "Sit," she said. "You've already done a lot of standing this week." I took my usual chair and waited. She didn't ask right away. She poured tea for herself, topped off my coffee, and set the plate of toast down. She let the quiet stretch until it felt intentional. "So," she said at last, "I hear you caused a small kerfuffle." I smirked. "I said no to Dottie." Granny's mouth curved, not quite a smile. "She asked me to find a replacement for the archive booth," I said. "Said her children were coming into town." "And Gerald's name was mentioned," Granny said. "Yes, of course it was." I told her what had happened. Not every word, just the basics, the pause, the assumption, the way the room had moved on without me once I didn't say yes. Granny listened, tapping one manicured nail lightly against the table. When I finished, she said, "That's how it always starts." "What does?" I asked. She buttered another piece of toast, slid it toward me. "People asking you to fix things that aren't yours. People reminding you how someone else would have handled it. People mistaking kindness for obligation." I didn't argue. "Gerald was very good at that," Granny continued, "making things go away, making sure no one felt put out." She finally looked at me then, eyes sharp and affectionate all at once. "And do you know what it cost him?" I shook my head. "Neither did anyone else," she said. Marianne came in then, cheeks pink from the cold, carrying a paper bag that smelled faintly of herbs. "I probably shouldn't say this," she began automatically, then stopped when she saw us both watching her. "What did I miss?" "Penn said no," Granny said. Marianne blinked, then she smiled. "Good for you." The words landed lightly. No fanfare, no absolution, and I hadn't realized how much I'd been bracing for both. We sat there a moment longer, the room settling around us. Outside, a car passed. Somewhere down the block, a door opened and closed. I took a sip of coffee and felt the hush shift, not easing exactly, but rearranging itself. Saying no hadn't changed everything, but it had changed where I stood, and that meant it would change what reached me next. Chapter 12. The sliding front door of Augustus Loom stuck when the weather shifted. I had to give it a firm pull, then ease it closed like I was coaxing it into cooperation. Most of the time, it worked. Lately, it didn't, and I'd stopped being surprised. I finally gave in and called Pete Ball, the local handyman. He stood just inside the shop, one hand on the frame, brow furrowed like he was listening to something I couldn't hear. Then he squatted down. "That bottom edge is usually the problem," he said. "There's an area that's out of alignment." "I was wondering when this would happen," I said. "It only does this when the air changes its mind." "Humidifier would help," Pete said, already crouching to look. He was built like someone who fixed things for a living, solid, unhurried, comfortable with weight and resistance. The leather tool belt worn low on his hips looked older than the counter. "You want me to fix it?" he asked, though he was already at it. "Do you need to take it down?" I asked. "Maybe," he said with a shrug. "I'll tighten the hardware and we'll see where we're at then." He worked for a few minutes, loosening, tightening, then testing with practiced patience. I watched from behind the counter, pretending to organize yarn while really just standing still. "So," Pete said eventually, still crouched, "hell of a thing about Gerald." "Yes," I said, "it is." He nodded, as if that covered it. "Good man." "Yes." Pete straightened, wiped his hands on his jeans. "You know, people forget how many small favors that man did. Adds up." I didn't answer right away. The shop was still. No customers, the soft hum of the radiator ticking on and off. "He liked to play cards," Pete said suddenly. I looked up. "Cards?" "Yeah, poker mostly. Sometimes over at Bill Harker's place. Nothing fancy." He shrugged. "Just thought I'd mention it." It took me a moment to find my voice. "I didn't know that." Pete tilted his head. "Huh? Thought everyone did." He moved back to the door, tested it again. It opened smoothly now, closed with a click. "He never talked about it much," Pete went on. "Didn't like attention. Didn't gamble more than he could afford, far as I could tell. But he was regular." Regular? The word hit oddly, like it had found a place it didn't quite belong. "Was it a problem?" I asked. Pete shook his head. "Didn't seem like it. He was careful. Always was." Careful. Another word Gerald wore well. Pete lifted his bag. "Door should behave now. If it starts up again, give me a call." "Thank you," I said. "What do I owe you?" He waved it off. "We'll call it even. Gerald helped me out more than once." Of course he had. Pete paused at the threshold, hand on the frame. "Funny thing," he added. "He always paid cash." Then he was gone, the door closing easily behind him. I stood there for a moment longer than necessary, the shop feeling different around me. Not wrong, exactly. Just slightly rearranged, like furniture moved an inch to the left. Gerald playing cards didn't change who he was. It didn't rewrite anything I knew about him, but it added a dimension I hadn't seen, and I couldn't tell yet whether it mattered or only felt like it should. I locked up early and walked the few blocks to the station, the afternoon air sharp against my face. Dean was at his desk, jacket off, sleeves rolled up. He looked up when I knocked once on the open door. "Got a minute?" I asked. "For you," he said. "Always." The word landed without emphasis, like it didn't need any. I told him what Pete had said, not dramatically, just the facts. Cards, cash, regular, but precise. Dean listened without interrupting, his expression thoughtful rather than alarmed. "That's useful," he said when I finished. "Not necessarily bad, but useful." "It doesn't feel like motive," I said. "No," he agreed. "Feels like context." He leaned back in his chair. "People don't usually bring things like that up unless they think it matters." I don't think Pete meant anything by it. "Probably not," Dean said. "Those are the things that tend to matter most." I nodded. As I stood to leave, Dean added, "You're doing the right thing, you know, passing things along without trying to solve them first." I paused, surprised. It takes a village, I said, meaning him included. Outside, the sky had gone the flat gray that came before evening. I pulled my coat tighter and headed home, thinking about doors and hinges and all the small adjustments that kept things working, until they didn't. Chapter 13. I ran into Travis Vollmer outside the post office, the kind of meeting that would have felt ordinary any other week. He stood near the bulletin board reading notices he'd probably already read, hands shoved into the pockets of his jacket. He looked thinner than the last time I'd seen him, tired in that careful way people get when they're trying not to look like it. "Pen," he said when he noticed me. "Hey." "Hi," I replied, slowing. "How are you?" "I've been meaning to talk to you." Something in his tone made me stop fully. "What's up?" He hesitated, then let out a breath. Not frustrated, not angry, just weighed. "I heard you've been saying some things about Gerald," he said. The words didn't land loudly. They didn't need to. I felt my brow crease. "I'm sorry." "What?" He studied my face as if checking whether I was about to deflect. "About him gambling, about cards. People are starting to talk like it was a problem." Shock moved through me, clean and unmistakable. "I haven't said anything to anyone about that." Travis frowned. "Really?" "Really," I said. "I spoke to Dean. That's it." He looked away then, jaw tightening slightly. When he looked back, there was something like embarrassment there, or regret. "Ryan mentioned it," he said. "Said you'd been asking questions. Made it sound like you were concerned." Concerned. The word slid sideways, carrying more weight than it should have. "I wasn't asking questions," I said, "and I wasn't spreading anything." Travis rubbed a hand over the back of his neck. "Look, I just wanted you to know. Gerald playing poker wasn't a big deal. A bunch of us did. Still do sometimes. Bet a little on games. Cards on Thursdays when schedules lined up." "I understand that," I said. "I don't think there was anything wrong with it." He let out a breath, shoulders loosening a fraction. Good, because that's how Ryan was talking, like people were jumping to conclusions, like Gerald's name was getting dragged into something ugly. "That's not what I want," I said, meaning it. "I know," Travis said, and I believed him. "It just caught me off guard. I thought you liked Gerald." "I did," I said. "I do." That seemed to settle something in him. He nodded, stepped back a half pace, already preparing to disengage. "Okay," he said. "I just wanted to clear the air." "I'm glad you did," I replied. He gave a small wave and headed toward his truck, leaving me standing there with the notices flapping lightly behind me. I didn't move right away. I hadn't said anything, not to the breakfast group, not to Elise, not to Isla, not to anyone who might repeat it casually or reshape it without meaning to. And yet the story was moving. I knew then who had set it in motion. Ryan hadn't been accusing Gerald. He'd been protecting him, framing the truth just enough to make anyone asking questions look like the problem. It was subtle, reasonable, almost kind, which made it worse. I turned and walked the long way home, my thoughts arranging themselves with unwelcome clarity. I would have to talk to Dean again, not to accuse, but to make sure we were listening for the same voice. Chapter 14. I texted Dean just after 5. Me. "Any chance you could stop by later? At my place." The reply came a minute later. Dean. "On my way once I'm done here." I didn't bother explaining more. He wouldn't need it. I wanted this conversation somewhere quiet, somewhere no one could overhear, misinterpret, or carry pieces of it elsewhere. I made soup I didn't really need and set 2 mugs on the counter. The house felt smaller than usual, the stillness closing in as I waited. Dean knocked just after 6. He looked tired but alert, jacket slung over one arm, eyes already scanning without meaning to. "Smells good," he said as he stepped inside. Habit, I replied. Sit. We took the kitchen table, the one Gerald had helped me refinish years ago when a leg went loose, and I couldn't get it level again. I noticed that now, and filed it away with everything else that was starting to matter. I ran into Travis, I said, not easing into it. He confronted me about Gerald's gambling. Dean's expression didn't change, but something in his attention sharpened. He said Ryan told him, I added, that I was asking questions, making it sound like I was implying Gerald had a problem. Dean exhaled slowly. That tracks. It shouldn't, I said. I didn't tell anyone except you. I know. That mattered more than I'd expected. I wanted you to hear it from me, I said, before it turns into something else. Dean nodded. I'm glad you called. He leaned back, considering. The gambling angle has opened a few doors, none of them alarming, but not nothing either. I waited. Gerald played cards in more than one group, he said. Low stakes, social, nothing that looks like debt or desperation. That's what Pete said. Pete wasn't wrong, Dean agreed, but there's overlap. With Santa Camp, I said. Yes. He took a sip of coffee, eyes on the mug. One of the other Santas, Ray Elmer, small lawn and snow outfit, sets his own hours. I pictured him immediately, the man who'd stood stiffly during the finale, hands at his sides, candy canes untouched. He was at the camp that night, Dean continued, also played cards with Gerald now and then, not close friends, but regular enough. And he didn't like performing, I said. Dean glanced up. You noticed that? Not surprised, confirming. It stood out. He left early, Dean said. Not suspicious on its own, but earlier than most. I let that sit between us. You don't think he did it? I said finally. No, Dean replied without hesitation. I think he's uncomfortable. There's a difference. That mattered too. What about money? I asked. Did Gerald ever loan anyone anything? Dean's mouth tightened slightly. Small amounts. Helped people bridge gaps. Nothing formal. No records. Of course he had. That creates obligation, I said. It does, Dean agreed. And silence. We sat with that for a moment. Ryan's talking, I said. Framing, protecting, maybe both. He is, Dean said, more than most. But he's not the only one with overlap, I said. No, Dean said, and that's important. I looked down at my hands, steady now. I don't want to accuse anyone. I also don't want Gerald turned into something he wasn't. I know, Dean said. That's why I'm telling you this, not announcing it. I met his eyes. So what do? We watch, he said. Who talks? Who deflects? Who decides what Gerald would have wanted? I nodded, thinking of how people were already choosing which parts of Gerald to protect. Ray doesn't feel like the answer, I said, but he belongs in the picture. It doesn't clear him, Dean said. That's all. He smiled. You're getting good at this. I didn't smile back. I wish I didn't have to. When he left, the house felt quieter, but not hollow. I rinsed the mugs and stood at the sink a moment longer than necessary. Gerald's life had intersected with more people than anyone realized. Cards, favors, volunteering, kindness that asked for nothing and recorded even less. And now all of it was being rearranged, piece by piece, by people deciding what parts of him were safe to remember. I dried my hands and turned off the light, already aware that the next thing I learned wouldn't come directly. It never did anymore. Chapter 15. Just as I was opening up the next day, Gladys Singleton stopped me outside Augustus Loom. She didn't call my name or wave me down. She simply appeared beside me, coat buttoned to the collar, purse looped neatly over one wrist, as if she'd been standing there the whole time and I'd only just caught up. Penelope, she said, do you have a minute? With you, I said, sliding open the door. Always. She smiled and gestured toward the bench near the window. We sat side by side, the glass behind us reflecting bolts of yarn and the morning light outside. I wanted to check in, she said. You've had a lot on your plate. I suppose that's true. She folded her hands, the picture of calm deliberation. People are starting to feel unsettled. That word again. I don't want anyone hurt, I said. I don't want rumors. I know, Gladys said. That's why I'm talking to you. She turned then, eyes sharp but not unkind. Gerald was a good man, a cautious one. He didn't like conflict. No, I said. He didn't. And he wouldn't want people picking at his life now, she continued, turning it over, wondering what else he kept to himself. That doesn't honor him. The way she said honor left no room for argument. I'm not trying to do that, I said. I believe you. Gladys reached out and patted my knee, but intentions don't always matter once stories start moving. I thought of Travis, of Pete, of Ryan speaking for Gerald when Gerald could no longer speak for himself. Sometimes, Gladys said, the kindest thing is to let a man rest. The words were perfectly chosen. They landed exactly where she meant them to. I don't think rest and silence are the same thing, I said, surprised by my own voice. It didn't shake. It didn't rise. It simply existed. Gladys studied me for a long moment. You're close to this, she said. Too close to see where the edges are. Or close enough to notice when they blur, I replied. That earned me another small smile, not approval, recognition. I'm not telling you what to do, she said. I'm asking you to consider what happens if this turns into something it doesn't need to be. And if it already has? I asked. She didn't answer that. We sat there a moment longer, the town settling into the day around us. A car passed. Someone laughed across the street. Life. Continuing. When Gladys stood, she smoothed her coat and picked up her purse. Gerald trusted you, she said. That counts for something. So does the truth, I said. She paused, then inclined her head. Just be careful how you go about it. After she left, I stayed on the bench, hands folded in my lap, listening to the calm. Gladys wasn't wrong. She just wasn't right in the way she thought she was. The town wanted comfort. Gerald deserved clarity. And kindness, I was learning, was being asked to choose between them. Chapter 16. I told myself I was following up on something small. That was how I framed it to myself. Small, reasonable, the sort of thing that wouldn't unsettle anyone. I stopped by the Santa Camp office mid-morning, knowing most of the organizers would be back to routine by then. Boxes were stacked near the door, decorations half-packed, the faint impression of festivity already receding. Penelope, Marjorie Bell said when she saw me, what can I do for you? I just have a few quick questions, I said, about that night. Her smile stayed in place. Of course. I asked about schedules, about who stayed late, who left early. I kept my tone neutral, my phrasing light. Marjorie answered politely and vaguely. Oh, it was all a bit of a blur, she said. Everyone pitched in. That's how those things go. Was anyone alone in the locker room? I asked. She tilted her head, considering. I wouldn't say alone. People were coming and going. Do you remember who closed up? Her smile tightened, just a fraction. Dean's already been through all that. I know, I said. I was just trying to understand the flow. Well, she said lightly, it was a difficult night for everyone. That word again, difficult. I'm sure, I said. She shifted a stack of papers from one hand to the other. We're trying to move forward now. Gerald would have wanted that. I looked at her then. I'm not trying to move backward, I said. I just don't want to misunderstand anything." Marjorie nodded, satisfied with that framing. "Of course you don't." But she didn't offer anything more. I thanked her and stepped outside, the air cooler than I expected. The camp looked the same, peaceful, orderly, ready to be put away until next year. On the walk back, I realized what had happened. No one had refused to answer me. No one had told me to stop asking. No one had shouted or questioned my right to be there. They had simply decided, together, what information was no longer useful. That afternoon, I tried once more. I asked a volunteer I'd known for years if she remembered seeing Gerald earlier that night. She frowned, thinking. "I don't think so," she said. But honestly, Pen, it was all such a blur. Another blur. By the time I returned to Augustus Loom, the pattern was clear. No one was afraid. They were protecting something. Not the truth, but the version of Gerald that didn't ask them to reconsider anything. I locked up early and sat on the stool behind the counter, hands folded in my lap. Saying no had shifted something, but asking again had revealed the cost. Kindness hadn't disappeared. It had reorganized itself, and now it stood squarely in the way. Chapter 17. Tuesday morning settled into Granny's kitchen the way it always did, with purpose. The table was crowded this time. Mary Ann had arrived early, a paper bag of something herbal tucked under her arm. Terence sat with his notebook closed, but present, as if he were trying very hard not to turn anything into a plot. Lydia had already spread out a few folders, glasses perched low on her nose. Katie leaned back in her chair, coffee in hand, listening more than she spoke. No one asked why we were all there. Granny poured coffee and tea, set out toast, and took her seat at the head of the table. She didn't look at me when she said, "All right, what are we remembering today?" I hadn't planned to speak first, but I did. "I'm trying to understand something," I said, "and I don't want theories, just context." That got their attention. "I keep hearing what Gerald would have wanted," I said. "I'm wondering how often he stepped in to keep small things from becoming bigger ones." Granny's nail tapped once against the table. Mary Ann tilted her head. "Oh, all the time." Terence's brows lifted. "Define small." "Lost items," I said. "Misunderstandings. Things people decided weren't worth the fuss." "Well," Mary Ann said, already warming to it, "he had a way of smoothing things over. Remember when—" Granny cleared her throat. Mary Ann stopped. Lydia adjusted her glasses. "He mediated," she said. "Informally. No records, but yes, people brought things to him." "What kinds of things?" I asked. "Money issues sometimes," Mary Ann said before she could stop herself. "Nothing big. Small personal loans, covering a shortfall until payday." Terence scribbled something, then closed his notebook deliberately. Katie leaned forward. "He also talked people down," she said, "from making complaints, filing reports." "He believed in handling things quietly," Granny said. "And when he did that," I asked, keeping my voice even, "did the behavior stop?" The question landed heavier than I'd meant it to. Mary Ann blinked. "Well, sometimes." "Sometimes?" Katie echoed. "Sometimes not," Mary Ann admitted. "But Gerald would say—" "That it wasn't worth ruining someone over," Granny finished. I nodded. "Did anyone ever push back on that?" Silence. Not awkward. Thoughtful. Lydia spoke at last. People trusted his judgment. "And because of that," Terence said slowly, "they also trusted the outcome." Granny looked at me then, her gaze measured and unblinking. "You're asking if Gerald's kindness let people off the hook," she said. "Yes," I said. "I am." Granny leaned back, folding her hands. "It did." No one argued. Katie exhaled softly. "So when something went wrong..." It didn't always surface, Mary Ann said. And when it didn't, I said, who knew? Everyone, Granny replied, and no one. The room reacted. I hadn't accused anyone. I hadn't named a crime. I hadn't even mentioned Santa camp. But something had shifted. Granny reached for her teacup. You've asked the right question, she said. Just know, once you ask something like that, it won't stay with just you. I know, I said. As the meeting broke apart, chairs scraping, I realized what I'd done. I hadn't asked them to help me find a killer. I'd asked them to remember what had been allowed to disappear. And once memory started moving, it didn't stop where politeness preferred it to. That, I suspected, was going to make someone very uncomfortable. Chapter 18. I knew the tone had shifted before anyone said a word. It was in how people paused when I came into a room. Not long enough to be rude, just long enough to register. A recalibration, subtle and practiced. At Augustus Loom, customers lingered after purchases they didn't need help with. One woman adjusted a skein twice before asking me how I was doing, her voice careful in a way it hadn't been before. Busy, I said. It was true. It was also safe. By mid-morning, the phone rang. I recognized the number before I picked up. Penelope, Gladys said. She didn't sound displeased. She sounded alert. Do you have a minute? For you, I said. Yes. I've been hearing some things, she said. People talking. I waited. About Gerald, she continued. About how he handled situations. About who knew what. I asked a question, I said. That's all. Yes, Gladys said, and it was a thoughtful one. That wasn't reassurance, it was assessment. But, she added, you need to understand what happens next. I think I'm starting to. Good, she said, because people are uncomfortable, not angry, unsettled. That word again, I said. Gladys gave a soft laugh. It's a useful one. Sounds gentler than it feels. I leaned against the counter, watching a delivery truck idle across the street. They're worried about Gerald's reputation, she went on, about what it means if we start believing that kindness should have limits. And about what it means if it didn't, I said. There was a pause. Yes, Gladys said. That too. I didn't accuse anyone, I said. I didn't name anything. I know, she replied. You didn't have to. She sighed then, just once. Some stories work best when everyone agrees not to look too closely. You've interrupted that agreement. I didn't mean to. Gladys was quiet a moment. When she spoke again, her voice had shifted. Not warning now, but something closer to respect. Intent doesn't undo impact, she said. You of all people know that. I do. Then be mindful, she said. Not of what you're saying, but of who feels exposed by it. The line went dead after that. I set the phone down and stood there, listening to the hum of the shop settle back into place. I hadn't meant to challenge anything. I'd only meant to understand it. But the difference between the two, I was learning, often depended on who had been benefiting from the not understanding. By the time I locked up that afternoon, the air outside had gone still in a way that forewarned weather. I didn't know who would speak next, but I knew this much. The town was listening now, and not everyone was pleased with what they were starting to hear. Chapter 19. I found Ryan Mickles waiting outside Augustus Loom when I closed for lunch. He stood across the street near the lamppost, hands in his jacket pockets, posture casual to look accidental. "Pen," he said when he saw me. "Hey, Ryan." I stopped where I was, keys still in my hand. "I didn't realize you were in town." "I had a break," he said. "Thought I'd catch you." That phrasing, "catch you," sat oddly between us. "How are you holding up?" I asked. He nodded once. "About as well as anyone can, I guess." We stood there a moment, the street silent except for a car passing at the far end. Ryan shifted his weight, then looked directly at me. "I wanted to talk to you," he said, "about some of the things people have been saying." I didn't fill the silence for him. "There's talk going around," he continued, "about Gerald, about how he handled things, about people being let off the hook." His words echoed too closely to conversations I hadn't had with him. "I'm trying to understand," I said. "That's all." "I know," Ryan said quickly, "and I get why you'd want to understand. He meant a lot to you." He paused, then added, "He meant a lot to a lot of us." "I know," I said. Ryan glanced toward the shop window, then back to me. "It's just, Gerald wouldn't have wanted this. People digging, reinterpreting." "There's a difference between digging and remembering," I said. He smiled. "Sure, but memory has a way of changing when it's looked at too hard." The line sounded practiced. "I heard you've been asking about cards," he went on, "about gambling." "I didn't bring it up publicly," I said. "But it's out there now," Ryan said, "and people are starting to make it sound like he had a problem." "That's not what I think." "I'm glad," he said, "because that's not who he was." We stood there again, the quiet stretching. "I just worry," Ryan said at last, "that this is turning into something it doesn't need to be. Gerald gave a lot to this town. It'd be a shame if that got overshadowed." "By what?" I asked. He hesitated. "By speculation." I watched him then, not for guilt, not for fear, but for something else, for ownership. "I don't want to overshadow anything," I said. "I want to understand it." Relief flickered across Ryan's face. "That's all anyone can ask." He stepped back, giving me space I hadn't asked for. "Anyway, I won't keep you." "Thank you," I said, and meant it less than he thought. As he walked away, I realized something with uncomfortable clarity. Ryan wasn't trying to stop me from finding the truth. He was trying to manage how it would be framed once I did, and that meant he cared very much about how this was understood. I unlocked the shop and went back inside, the bell silent behind me. I felt managed, not pushed, just gently steered, and for the first time, I wondered who decided where the steering ended. Chapter 20. The first person to say it out loud wasn't angry. That was what surprised me. It happened mid-afternoon when Augustus Loom was still enough to hear the radiator ticking on and off. I was rewrapping a skein when Lynn Phelps came in. Retired teacher, careful dresser, someone who liked her errands, efficient, and her conversations contained. She smiled when she saw me. The polite kind. The kind that asked for permission before it lingered. "Penelope," she said, "do you have a moment?" I set the yarn aside. "Of course." She didn't move farther into the shop, stayed near the door, purse looped over her arm like she might leave at any second. "I ran into Gladys this morning," she said. "She mentioned you'd been asking questions." I waited. "Not accusing," Lynn added quickly. "Just thinking out loud about Gerald, about how things worked." "Yes," I said. She nodded, lips pressed together. "Some of us are worried." "About what?" I asked. Lynn exhaled. "About what happens if people start revisiting things that were settled." That word again. "Settled how?" I asked. She glanced at the shelves, the loom, anywhere but me. "Gerald was a good man. Everyone agrees on that. But when you start pulling on threads," she gestured vaguely, "sometimes you unravel more than you intend." "I'm not trying to unravel anything," I said. "I'm trying to understand it." Lynn's smile thinned. "I know that's how it feels, but intention doesn't always matter once other people get involved." "Other people already are," I said. She shifted then, discomfort surfacing at last. "You've always been so helpful," she said. "So steady. People listen to you." The words weren't praise. They were caution. I'm still being careful, I said. Yes, she replied, but careful in a different direction. The radiator clicked. Somewhere down the block, a truck backfired. I just wanted you to be aware, Lynn said, before things take on a life of their own. Thank you, I said, and meant it, though not the way she thought. She hesitated, then nodded once and let herself out, the door sliding shut with its usual reluctant sigh. I stood there for a moment after she left, feeling the shop settle back into its regular shape. This wasn't anger. It wasn't accusation. It was containment, meticulously done. A gentle effort to keep the story where it had always lived, unexamined. I went back to the counter and picked up the skein I'd been wrapping. The thread was fine, strong. And once you noticed where it led, it was impossible not to follow it. Chapter 21. I found Sherry Baumgartner in the camp office with boxes stacked neatly along one wall and paperwork spread across her desk in careful rows. She looked up when I knocked lightly on the door frame and smiled with professional warmth. "Penelope," she said, "I'm glad you stopped by." "I was in the area," I said. "I wanted to check in, see how you're holding up." She gestured to the chair across from her. "Please." The office smelled faintly of coffee and pine cleaner. Outside the window, the trees stood quiet, as if the camp itself were holding its breath. "It's been a lot," Sherry said, folding her hands together, "but we're managing." "I'm sure," I said. "I was thinking about Gerald this morning." Her expression softened. "We all are." "He loved this place," I said. "The way he showed up. Early. Understated." "He believed in it," she said, "in what it stood for." "I still smile when I think about him handing out dollar bills," I said. "To kids, to adults, anyone who looked like they could use something sweet." "Oh, yes," Sherry said. "He had a whole stack of them, especially this week." "This week?" I asked. "The Santa finale," she said. "He liked to be prepared. He said it kept things light." Prepared. The word stayed with me. I laughed the other day, remembering how Guinness used to climb into his lap at 3 Whiskers, I said. He was fascinated by that rabbit's foot Gerald carried around. Sherry smirked. "That old thing?" "Did he still have it?" I asked lightly, hanging from his belt loop. She looked genuinely surprised by the question. "Are you kidding? You never saw him without it." She shook her head, smiling at the memory. "He said it had seen him through worse than a few grumpy Santas." I nodded, letting the moment pass. "I hope all this attention won't affect the camp," I said. "I know publicity can be complicated." Sherry's response came a little too quickly. "Oh, the camp is doing just fine," she said. "Like all camps, we've had our struggles. But you can ask Jim Goody. Towering Pines is financially strong." I smiled. "I'm glad to hear it." She relaxed slightly, as if reassured by her own answer. I thought of the year the camp shut down during the pandemic, of Sherry standing in front of a small group of volunteers, explaining calmly that she wouldn't be taking a salary until things stabilized. People had wondered then how she'd managed. No one had ever asked. "Well," Sherry said, standing, "if you think of anything we can help with, please let me know. We want to be transparent." "I know," I said. As I walked back toward my car, the afternoon light slanting through the trees, the pieces settled more firmly into place. Gerald's wallet had been full. His rabbit's foot had been with him. At least it should have been. And now both were gone. Not stolen in a rush. Not overlooked. Taken deliberately. I drove away from Towering Pines with the quiet certainty that kindness hadn't just surrounded Gerald L. It had been counted on, and somewhere along the way, someone had decided they were owed more of it than he could give. Chapter 22. I stopped at 3 Whiskers on my way back from Towering Pines, telling myself it was for coffee and not because I didn't quite feel like working yet. The cafe was composed but not crowded, the late-morning lull where voices stayed low and people lingered without urgency. Elise nodded at me from behind the counter and tilted her head toward the far corner, the small round table tucked beside the bookcase. "He's already here," she said. Dean sat with his back to the wall, jacket draped over the chair beside him, hands wrapped around a mug he hadn't touched yet. He looked up as I approached and gave a small smile, as if to say we hadn't planned this, but were both glad it had happened. "Mind if I join you?" I asked. "I'd like that," he said. I slid into the chair across from him. Almost immediately, Guinness appeared. No hesitation, no inspection, leaping neatly into Dean's lap and settling there as if the decision had been made long ago. Dean blinked once, then laughed under his breath. "Well, that feels significant." "He has good instincts," I said. "Or bad timing, hard to tell." Dean rested one hand lightly on Guinness's back, absently scratching behind his ears. The cat purred, loud and unapologetic. For a moment, neither of us spoke. The normal sounds of the cafe filled the space between us, cups clinking, the soft scrape of a chair, Snowball launching himself onto a stack of menus and being delicately scolded for it. "I was at the camp this morning," I said finally. Dean tilted his head, giving the words space to land. "I talked to Sherry." His expression stayed neutral, but something in his posture sharpened. "And?" "I told her a story," I said. "About Gerald, about the dollar bills he always carried." Dean's eyes flicked to mine. "What did she say?" "That he had plenty, especially this week, in anticipation of the Santa finale." Dean exhaled slowly. "I also mentioned the rabbit's foot," I added. She was surprised I even asked. Said she'd never seen him without it. Dean looked down at Guinness, then back at me. "That tracks." "So," I said, keeping my tone light though my chest felt anything but. "What doesn't track?" He didn't answer right away. Instead, he took a sip of his coffee, set the mug down, and leaned back just enough that the chair creaked. "The wallet was logged with $5 inside," he said. "One bill, nothing else." Which we both know isn't how he carried it. "No," Dean agreed. "And the rabbit's foot wasn't on him, not in his pockets, not near the bench, not anywhere in the room." "And not turned in later," I said. "No," he said. "And that matters more than people think." Guinness shifted in his lap, kneading once before settling again. Dean didn't move him, as if stillness itself were part of the conversation. "We're starting to hear the same thing from different directions," he went on. "Not just you. People mentioning his habits, his routines, what he always did." "And what he always had," I said. "Yes," Dean said, "which tells me whoever took those items didn't do it randomly." I wrapped my hands around my mug. "Those things didn't just fall out of his pockets." "No, someone took them." We sat with that for a moment. Around us, the cafe carried on, easy, familiar, unaware of how the ground was shifting beneath it. "I don't think Gerald knew what was coming," I said. Dean shook his head. "No, I don't think he did either." Guinness lifted his head, looked at me, then resettled himself firmly against Dean's chest, as if claiming him for the duration. Dean glanced down at him, then back at me. "You okay?" "I am," I said. It felt true, not comfortable, but steady. Dean sat back slightly. "This is going to take time." I nodded. "And patience," he added. Outside the window, someone laughed. A door slid open and shut. Life continued as it always did. But at the table in the corner, cat, coffee and all, we both understood the same thing without needing to say it. Something had changed, and it couldn't be righted by a dollar bill or an easy smile. Chapter 23. Granny's table was full when I arrived. Not crowded, just occupied in that particular way that meant everyone had shown up expecting to talk. even if no one had said so outright. Toast, coffee, tea. Marianne's paper bag sat near the counter, already open, the scent of herbs threading through the kitchen. Terence had claimed the corner seat, notebook tucked beneath his elbow out of habit more than intent. Lydia sat upright, glasses perched low, hands folded neatly in front of her. Katie leaned back in her chair, one ankle crossed over the other, eyes alert. Granny moved between stove and table with practiced ease, setting things down without fuss. "Well," she said at last, taking her seat, "let's not pretend today's discussion is about genealogy." No one disagreed. I hadn't planned to say much. That had been my intention anyway. But the room had its usual hum. Attention without urgency, curiosity without judgment. "I saw Dean at Three Whiskers yesterday," Marianne said, as if reporting the weather. "Didn't say much." Katie's mouth curved. "He never does when it matters." Lydia adjusted her glasses. "People are asking different questions," she said. "What kind?" I asked. "The kind that don't have neat answers," she replied. Terence lifted his brows. "In fiction, this is where the town starts remembering things it's trained itself to forget." Granny tapped one manicured nail against the table. "We're not writing fiction." "Maybe not," Terence said, "but memory still works the same way." Marianne shifted in her seat. "Gerald helped people," she said. "Everyone knows that." "Yes," Granny agreed. "And how did he help them?" There was a pause, not awkward, just thoughtful. "Quietly," Lydia said, "without records." "Without witnesses," Katie added, "and without making anyone feel small," Marianne said. "That mattered to him." "It did," Granny said, "but it also meant the people he helped were spared being told no, and spared the consequences that come with it." The words felt gentle, like a cloth laid over something sharp. "I remember a time," Lydia said after a moment, "when there was confusion over a donation log. Nothing improper, just unclear. Gerald smoothed it out." Marianne nodded. "I remember that. He said it wasn't worth upsetting anyone." "And the money turned up," Katie said. "Eventually." "Yes," Lydia said, "but the system never changed." Terence leaned forward slightly. "So what you're saying is, he fixed outcomes, not causes." "I'd say that's a fair summary," Granny said. No one spoke for a few seconds. Outside, a car passed. Somewhere nearby, a door opened and closed. "I don't think Gerald knew this would end like it did," Marianne said softly. "No," Granny agreed. "I think he believed kindness was always enough." I looked around the table, at the faces I'd known all my life, at the people who held Cornwall's memory whether they meant to or not. "And what happens," I asked, "when it isn't?" Granny met my gaze, her expression calm. "Then the truth doesn't belong to any one person," she said. "It belongs to whoever is willing to hold it without downplaying it." The room stayed still, not heavy, not tense, just attentive. And for the first time since Gerald's death, it felt like we weren't trying to fix the story anymore. We were taking in information without smoothing it away. Chapter 24. Jim Goody came into Augustus Loom mid-afternoon, the bell over the door giving its half-hearted ring. He paused just inside, glancing around the shop the way people did when they weren't entirely sure why they'd stopped in. Jim wasn't a browser. He was a banker, purposeful, efficient. "Pen," he said, nodding. "Got a minute?" "Of course," I said. "What can I help you with?" He didn't answer right away. Instead, he stepped closer to the counter, lowered his voice. "I had the strangest phone call this morning," he said. "Oh, from Sherry Baumgartner out at Towering Pines." I kept my expression neutral. "How is she?" "She's concerned," Jim said. "Or maybe just being thorough. Hard to say." I let that sit. "She wanted me to make sure you knew the camp is on solid ground financially," he continued. Her words, very specific. She must have forgotten that she'd already told me, I said, though I hadn't asked. Jim gave a small, wry smile. Neither did I. I leaned my forearms on the counter. I stopped by the camp this morning, I said, just to check in. That makes sense, he said. She mentioned you'd been there. Of course she had. I told her I hoped all the attention wouldn't affect the camp, I said. That was all. Jim nodded. Well, she clearly took that to heart. I'm glad the camp is doing well, I said. I worried about it during those lean years. Jim's expression shifted. Those were hard years for a lot of businesses, he said. They were, I agreed. And on people. I remember when Sherry announced she wouldn't be taking a salary for a while, I remember thinking, how is she managing? Jim didn't answer right away. They go back a long way, he said instead. Who? I asked, though I already suspected. Sherry and Gerald, Jim said, longer than most folks realize. Gerald had a way of helping where he could. No argument with that. Are you saying Gerald lent her money? I asked, keeping my tone even. Jim looked at me then, really looked at me as if weighing not the question but the moment. I don't have any knowledge of that, he said. It wasn't denial, it was boundary. I see, I said. He exhaled. I just wanted you to know about the call. It struck me as unusual. I appreciate that, I said, and I meant it. If you need anything, you know where to find me, Jim said. I do. After he left, I stood there for a long moment, the shop quiet around me. Sherry's call hadn't been about reassurance. It had been about control, about making sure the right story reached the right people before questions had the chance to settle. Gerald had been keeping more in place than anyone realized. Quiet connections, small adjustments, the kind of things that kept questions from being asked twice. And now that he was gone, I was starting to see what had been hidden inside the ordinary. Details that didn't quite hold, gaps that hadn't been there before. Chapter 25. I locked up Augustus Loom earlier than usual. The day had reached the point where doing anything else would have felt like noise. I slid the door closed, checked the latch, and stood there a moment longer than necessary, my hand resting on the frame. Gerald would have stayed open. That thought came unbidden, and I let it pass without correcting it. I walked instead. Cornwall was settling into its evening routines. Lights flicked on in shop windows. Someone laughed down the block. The town moved in its usual way, steady, unbothered by the quiet recalibrations happening beneath the surface. By the time I reached Granny's house, the porch light was on. She didn't look surprised to see me. "You look like you've been carrying something," she said, stepping aside to let me in. "I have," I said, "and I'm not sure what to do with it yet." "That's all right," she said. "Most things worth carrying take time." We sat at the kitchen table. Granny poured without asking, slid a mug of coffee toward me, then took her seat across from me. I told her about Jim's visit, about Sherry's call to him, about how the conversation had folded in on itself without ever quite opening. Granny listened without interrupting, her fingers tapping lightly against the table. Not impatience, just thought. When I finished, she nodded once. "Gerald made himself useful," she said. "Yes," I said. "Too useful." "That's one way to put it," she replied. "Another is that he made himself indispensable." The word landed harder. "He helped people when systems failed them," I said, "or when the systems were inconvenient." "Yes," Granny said, "and in doing so, he replaced those systems with himself." I looked down at my mug. "I don't want to do that." "No," she said, "you don't." "I don't want to smooth this over," I said, "and I won't carry consequences that aren't mine." Granny met my eyes, her expression calm and very clear. "Then you're going to disappoint some people," she said, and unsettle others. I know. And you're going to be tempted, she continued, to make things easier than they should be. I nodded. She reached across the table and rested her hand over mine. Not to comfort, exactly, to steady. Here's the difference, she said. Gerald said yes until he couldn't anymore. I waited. You're learning when to say no, she finished, before that happens. The hush that followed wasn't heavy. It felt aligned. I don't know where this leads, I said. No, Granny agreed, but you know how you're going to walk it. I left her house not lighter, but clearer. The town still looked the same. The streets, the windows, the easy way people moved through their evenings. But something in me had shifted, not toward answers, not toward certainty, toward resolve. Whatever came next, I wouldn't carry it alone, and I wouldn't carry it quietly. Chapter 26. The Harwood building smelled like fresh pine and old paper. Not old paper exactly. The building was too newly scrubbed for that. But something of what it used to be still clung to the corners. Dust that had lived in the corners for 100 years. Ink, wool coats hung on pegs in winter. Ledger books opened and shut with solemn hands. Someone had tried to polish history until it gleamed. It still breathed underneath. Founders' Day had filled the newly renovated space the way water filled a basin. Quickly, completely, with little eddies of noise and movement that found every open area. The old lobby had been opened up, walls removed, the ceiling painted a clean white that made the original beams look intentional rather than simply inevitable. Cornwall banners hung from the mezzanine railing. Someone had draped cedar garland along the staircase, as if greenery could soften the fact that a building this old could look newly dressed. I adjusted the corner of the trifold display board and stepped back. Cornwall Genealogical Society, the header read, in Lydia Hawking's careful lettering. Beneath it, sepia-toned photographs and photocopies of census pages, an 1892 plat map of Cornwall, and a handful of everyday artifacts, as Lydia liked to call them. A brass button, a child's tin whistle, a lace collar with frayed edges, a postcard from 1911 with a message so ordinary it made my throat tighten. Wish you were here. Weather fine. Tell Ma I'll be home Sunday. People had always lived their lives inside history without knowing it. Shift that one a hair to the left, Granny murmured, squinting at the map. No, the map. The map's crooked. There you go. I slid it a fraction, then smoothed the corner with my palm. Granny stood behind the table like she'd been born at it. Chin up, cardigan buttoned, reading glasses perched low, and a calm that didn't ask permission. Someone had given her a name tag that said Morwenna Trevithick in block letters, but most people still stopped and said, "Morning, Granny," as if the badge were for strangers. The Cornwall Genealogical Society booth took up one side of the lobby near the base of the staircase. Across from us, the Historical Society had set out a display of old tools and glass bottles. Down the hall, a kids' corner had been created with paper crown making and a scavenger hunt. A high school quartet played America the Beautiful near the back door, the notes floating a little oddly in the polished air. Granny turned to me. "You all right?" "I'm fine," I said. Granny's gaze held mine for an extra second, long enough for me to register the concern. I forced my shoulders to relax. "I'm just trying to make sure this looks nice. Lydia will haunt me if the plat map is crooked." Granny snorted. "Lydia haunts everyone. It's her love language." I smiled, and for a moment the tension in my chest loosened. Then the first wave of people arrived. It happened like it usually did in Cornwall, silent at first, then suddenly a crowd, like someone had opened a gate. A woman in a quilted vest leaned toward the display board and said, "Oh my goodness, is that the old Tregay mercantile? Look at the awning. Her companion laughed. Back when people put their names on things like they meant to stay. I reached for the binder Lydia had prepared, a thick black 3-ring filled with family trees and printed instructions on how to start tracing your ancestry. If you'd like to trace your roots, we've got some starter sheets. Oh, the woman startled slightly, as if she hadn't realized I was the one behind the table. Her smile widened a notch. Hi, Pen. Good morning, I said. If you have any family names you'd like to trace, I can help you figure out where to begin. The woman's eyes darted to Granny, then back to me. Well, She laughed again, but it landed oddly. Too quick. We're just looking. It's lovely, what you've done here. Granny slid the binder forward. Start here, hun. What's your maiden name? The woman exhaled like she'd been waiting for permission to speak to someone other than me. Barton, she said quickly. My mother was a Barton. Granny nodded, already in motion, and the woman leaned in. I stood beside Granny, smiling, offering the paper and pen when asked. It was normal, until it wasn't. People came to the booth, leaned close to the artifacts, laughed at the old fashions in the photographs, and then, when they realized I was the one standing there, something in them adjusted. Not in the same way. Voices lightened, smiles brightened, words were chosen more deliberately. Attention shifted, subtle, practiced, polite. Penelope, Marianne said, sweeping in with her coat still on and her purse hanging from her elbow, like she'd just come from an errand she'd decided to interrupt. She had a basket in her hand, small jars of something amber and dark, neatly labeled. Granny's face softened. Marianne, you brought your potions. They're not potions, Marianne said, offended on principle. Then her eyes glittered with amusement. They're elderberry syrup, honey-infused. I told Lydia I'd drop some off for the table in case anyone wants to try a jar. I leaned forward. Those are beautiful. They're practical and essential as we head into cold and flu season, Marianne said, looking pleased. She set the basket at the corner of the table and squeezed my arm. Is everyone being weird about the Gerald investigation? I didn't mind the directness. Marianne never did careful. I let out a soft laugh. That obvious? Penelope, Marianne said, low so that only Granny and I could hear. We all know Cornwall is built on people being polite. You stop smoothing things over and it throws them. Marianne's gaze shifted over the crowd, cataloging without effort. You need a break? Thanks, but I'm good, I said. Marianne turned and beamed brightly at a couple drifting toward the booth, like she'd just stepped into hostess mode at a wedding. Hi there. Looking for family names, or just admiring the Harwood building? The couple laughed, too easily as if grateful someone else had spoken first. I watched Marianne take over for a moment, warmth pouring out of her like sunlight. If Cornwall had a social engine, Marianne was part of it. Herbalist, mother, friend of everyone who'd ever had a cough or a baby or a broken heart. She could make people relax without even trying. I was used to being the quiet one beside that kind of personality. Today, I was aware of it in a different way. I was aware that people were relaxing because Marianne was here, not because I was. Terence arrived with a stack of slim books on Cornwall history. He set a few copies neatly at the end of the table beside Lydia's binder. The effect was oddly charming. Genealogy maps, old photographs, jars of elderberry syrup. A man with a mustache wandered up. His gaze lingered on my name tag. You're the one asking all the questions about Gerald. I kept my expression neutral. The man tipped his head. Well, keep it tasteful. I stared at him. Tasteful? He smiled like it was a friendly suggestion. We don't need more trouble. Then he walked away. I gripped the edge of the table until my fingers ached. Marianne's voice drifted to me, soft. Ignore him and his advice. I exhaled slowly. He acted like he was giving me advice about curtains. Granny, who had heard every word, said without looking up, "Some men believe the world is a living room and they're in charge of the throw pillows." Terence coughed, hiding a laugh. I chuckled, but the warmth didn't fully return. Because the man wasn't wrong in one way. People didn't want more trouble. They wanted it to go away. A teenage girl came up next, clutching a brochure. She pointed to the old photograph of the Trigay Mercantile storefront. "My grandma said that was like the only place to buy socks back then," she said. I leaned forward. "Your grandma's right. It was general goods. People bought everything there. Flour, boots, buttons, ribbon." The girl smiled, then lowered her voice. "Did you know Gerald L.?" The question was simple, curious, the kind of question a teenager asked when an adult name had suddenly become the name everyone avoided. "Yes," I said. "Most everyone in Cornwall knew Gerald." "My mom said he died at Santa Camp." I glanced around automatically, scanning for the girl's mother. A woman stood 10 feet back, pretending to read a poster about architectural restoration. Her posture was rigid. My mind moved quickly. I didn't want to shut the girl down. I didn't want to invite a conversation that the mother clearly didn't want. Granny, bless her, stepped in without hesitation. "He did," she said. "And that's all we're going to say about that today, sweetheart." The girl's eyes widened. She looked at me, then at Granny, then nodded like she'd been scolded and comforted at the same time. "Okay, sorry." "Don't apologize," Granny said. "You didn't do anything wrong." The girl drifted away. The mother didn't look at me at all as she guided her daughter away. Granny adjusted the corner of the lace collar like she could soften the moment out physically. That mother's scared. People get scared, they start editing the world. I looked down at the artifacts. The postcard, the button, the whistle. Editing the world. That was something people here had always been good at. The crowd thickened. A little boy ran past with a paper crown slipping down over his ears. His mother chased after him, laughing. Someone clapped along with the quartet. A tray of sugar cookies appeared on a folding table near the stairs, and the smell of cinnamon rose into the air like a memory. Founders Day reminded me why I loved this place, how everything seemed to fall into place, the way it always had. But I could feel where it didn't. And I stood behind a table of old photographs, feeling like I was standing on a fault line. I watched it happen in small ways. Friends angling toward Granny, conversations rerouting to safer people, the moment Gerald's name came up. I kept smiling. I offered starter sheets and explained census records and asked about maiden names. I played my part, but every time Gerald's name hovered near the conversation, the air seemed to tighten, just enough that I noticed. Marianne leaned in beside me, her voice low. "Just so you know, Sherry's here." My pulse quickened. "Have you talked to her?" Marianne shook her head. "Not yet. She's been making the rounds, saying how sad it all is, how much Gerald meant, how important it is for everyone to pull together." "Unity," I said. Marianne's mouth tilted. That word. Yes. Not long after, Sherry appeared. I saw her before Sherry saw me, because Sherry moved like a person who didn't want to be cornered. She drifted from booth to booth, pausing just long enough to be seen and not long enough to be held. She wore a cranberry-colored coat and a scarf wrapped twice around her neck, and her smile had the careful brightness of someone who'd practiced it in the mirror. Sherry stopped at the Historical Society table, laughed at something, touched someone's arm. Then she turned and noticed the Cornwall Genealogical Society booth. Her smile didn't falter, but something in her eyes tightened. My pulse kicked. Granny, beside me, went still in a way that said she'd clocked it too. Sherry approached with measured steps, like she'd decided this moment would happen now, and she would manage it. "Granny," Sherry said warmly, "you look wonderful." And Pen, "Hello, dear." "Hi, Sherry," I said, keeping my voice neutral. Sherry's gaze slid over the display board. "This is lovely. I always forget how much effort goes into preserving things. Lydia would have objected to the word preserving, but Lydia wasn't here. Yet. Granny said mildly, "It's a lot of remembering." Sherry laughed lightly. "Yes, exactly. Remembering." Her eyes flicked back to me. "I heard you've been busy." There it was again, the phrase that wasn't quite a compliment. My mouth felt dry. "I've been doing what I can." Sherry nodded as if that were a harmless civic statement. Of course you have." She leaned forward as if sharing a confidence. "I spoke with Jim Goody the other day." I kept my face still. "Did you?" "Yes," Sherry said, brisk now, her cheeriness tightening into purpose. "I just wanted him and everyone to understand that Towering Pines is stable. We're fine. We can't afford people thinking otherwise. I know people can gossip when something happens up there, and it's important not to let rumors spiral." My mind flashed to Gerald unlocking the camp buildings in the morning, Gerald doing his routine, Gerald being confronted by someone he knew or a stranger. I wasn't sure which would be worse. "People are going to talk, Sherry. Gerald was part of this town," I said. Sherry's smile trembled and steadied. "Yes, and we all loved him. That's why we should be careful how we discuss things." Granny's voice was light, but it carried. "Careful doesn't mean quiet, Sherry." Sherry blinked. Her gaze snapped to Granny, then back to me. "I'm just saying, Founders' Day is a good example. We can come together. We can show unity." I felt the anger flare hot in my chest, sharp enough to surprise me. Unity, as if Gerald's death were a branding issue, as if the problem were the town's mood. I heard my own voice before I fully decided to speak. Unity isn't the same as honesty. Gerald deserves the truth. Sherry's smile froze. For a beat, the noise of the room seemed to pull away, like the building itself had held its breath. Sherry's eyes flicked to the people around us, because in a small town, there were always people around, even when you thought you were alone. Then she leaned closer, voice still polite, but the politeness now had teeth. "Pen, I know you're upset. Everyone is. But you have to understand, dragging things out doesn't help anyone." My fingers curled under the table. "I'm not dragging anything out." Sherry's gaze sharpened. "You're asking questions. That's how you find the truth." Sherry's smile returned, brittle and bright. "Gerald was a kind man. He hated conflict. He would have wanted this handled gently." My stomach turned, because Sherry was using Gerald's kindness the way people always did, like a blanket to throw over mess. I met her eyes. Gerald didn't want trouble, but he also didn't deserve what happened. Sherry's lips parted. She looked for a split second like she might say something real. Then she swallowed it. Her smile widened again. "Well?" She patted the edge of the table. "This is a beautiful display. Thank you for what you do." And she walked away. I stood there staring after her, feeling the strange, sick sensation of having been warned without a single threatening word. Mary Ann beside me let out a breath. Granny's gaze stayed on Sherry's back until she disappeared into the crowd. Then Granny turned to me. I swallowed, and my voice came out rougher than I intended. She basically told me to stop. Granny's eyes hardened. "She told you to behave." I looked down at the artifacts on the table and saw them differently now. The postcard, "Wish you were here." The button, something that had held fabric together. The whistle, something that had called attention. People had forever used small things to signal belonging, to keep things in place, to gather others. And now, politeness was being used to do the same. I lifted my gaze. "I don't think I can." Granny's mouth softened just a little. "Good." A moment later, Lydia Hawking arrived. Hair pulled back, tote bag heavy, cheeks flushed like she'd walked quickly even though she insisted she didn't run. "I'm late," she declared, sliding behind the table. I smiled despite myself. We survived without you. That's unfortunate, Lydia said primly. Then she looked at me fully, and something in her expression eased. How are you doing? Not how are you holding up. Not you've been busy. How are you doing? My throat tightened again. I forced a breath in. I'm realizing how much everyone wants me to stop. Lydia's eyes narrowed. Stop what? I hesitated, then said, talking about it, asking questions, not smoothing it over. Lydia's jaw clenched. She looked out over the crowd, her gaze moving like a scanner. Then we're going to need to be very careful. My stomach dropped. You too. Lydia looked back at me, annoyed. Penelope, careful as in precise, documented, unassailable, not careful as in silent. I felt something in my chest loosen just slightly. Lydia reached into her tote bag and pulled out a sheet of paper, sliding it across the table toward me like a secret. I found something, she said. My heart kicked. What? Lydia's voice lowered further. Not now, not here, but it's about towering pines, about the ownership structure, about what changed during the pandemic. I stared at the paper, then up at Lydia. How did you... I'm a librarian, Lydia said briskly. People forget that makes me dangerous. Terrence made a small, impressed noise. Granny's eyes gleamed with approval. My hands trembled slightly as I tucked the paper beneath the table, out of sight. And then, like the universe couldn't resist piling on, a woman approached the booth. A woman I recognized from town but didn't know well, mid-40s, hair in a neat twist. She paused at the table, glanced at the artifacts, then looked straight at me. Gerald was a good man. The woman leaned in slightly, lowering her voice as if offering me something kind. He also wouldn't have wanted you making a spectacle out of his death. I went still. Behind her, the quartet played on, oblivious. A child squealed with laughter near the staircase. The building shone with new paint and old bones. If people are uncomfortable, I said, it might be because something is wrong. The woman's smile tightened. Or it might be because someone is stirring things up. I felt the moment sharpen, the kind of moment Gerald would have glossed over with a joke, a shrug, a soft answer that let everyone walk away feeling decent. I could feel that old instinct rise in me, the reflex to soothe. I could also feel something else now, a line, a refusal. I looked at the woman and said very evenly, I don't think it's stirring things up to want the truth about how a man died. The woman blinked, startled, as if she hadn't expected me to say it that plainly. Then her smile returned, brighter, more performative. Well, just keep it tasteful. Tasteful. There it was again. My stomach turned, but she didn't look away. The woman patted the table, as if ending the conversation with a neat little ribbon, and drifted off into the crowd. I stood frozen for a beat, the noise of Founder's Day pressing around me like water. Then Marianne murmured, Are people honestly giving you etiquette tips about murder? It's control, Lydia said crisply. Granny reached under the table and found my hand. She squeezed once, firm, anchoring. I exhaled, trying to steady myself. Founder's Day went on. People kept smiling. Children kept running. The Harwood building gleamed, and I realized, fully, unmistakably, that I had crossed a line people didn't like crossed. I was refusing to participate in something Cornwall had always prized, believing that if you keep your voice gentle enough, the truth will land softly. I looked out over the crowd and saw faces I loved, faces I didn't know, faces watching me when they thought I wasn't looking, and I understood with a sick clarity that settled into my bones. This wasn't going to test whether I could find answers. It was going to test whether I could stand the quiet that followed the questions. Chapter 27. Three Whiskers was busy in that cozy mid-afternoon way that felt more like a lull than a rush. Steam curled from mugs. A bell chimed as someone came in, then settled. The cats were scattered across their usual perches. Window ledges, chair backs, a sunlit patch on the floor that moved an inch every 10 minutes like it was keeping time. I wasn't officially working, but I never really was when I was here. I wiped down a small table near the front window while Isla rang someone up at the counter, and Elise knelt to coax a gray tabby out from under a chair with a treat. Guinness sat on the counter like she owned it. She was a solid, glossy, black British shorthair, round-eyed and dignified, with a presence that made people lower their voices when they approached her. She tolerated petting on her terms and watched everything else with the calm judgment of someone who'd seen it all before. She flicked an ear as the bell chimed again. I looked up automatically. Ryan Mickles stepped inside. He paused just past the door, like people sometimes did, letting their eyes adjust to the warm light and the hum of conversation. He wore a dark jacket zipped halfway up, his hands shoved into the pockets. He glanced toward the cats first, then the counter, then, briefly, at me. "Hey," he said. "Hi, Ryan," I said, keeping my tone neutral. "Coffee?" "Yeah, black's fine." He moved toward a small table near the wall, the one beneath the framed photo of Cornwall's old Main Street. He shrugged out of his jacket and draped it over the chair, cautious with it in a way that caught my attention without quite ringing an alarm. Guinness rose to her feet. That in itself wasn't unusual. She liked movement. But instead of stretching and resettling, she hopped down from the counter with a soft thud and padded across the floor, her tail level, her gaze fixed, straight toward Ryan. "Well, hello there," he said, startled into a smile as Guinness jumped neatly into his lap without invitation. Elise glanced up but said nothing. Guinness lay down, her weight solid, her paws kneading once before she stilled. Then she reached out with one deliberate paw and swiped at Ryan's jacket pocket. Not hard, testing. Ryan laughed, a short, surprised sound. "Hey!" Guinness swiped again. My stomach tightened. I set the cloth down and moved a step closer, keeping my face blank. "She does that sometimes," I said, "when something catches her interest." Guinness's paw disappeared into the open edge of the pocket. Ryan caught her wrist gently and moved it aside. "Easy," he murmured. "You're feisty." Guinness stared at him, unblinking. Then she leaned forward and sniffed the pocket, whiskers twitching. A memory rose sharp and unwelcome. Gerald at this same table, chuckling as Guinness batted at the rabbit's foot that hung from his belt loop, the silver clasp catching the light as he shifted in his seat. "She's got expensive taste," he'd said, and everyone had laughed. Ryan shifted uncomfortably. "She's, persistent." "She likes shiny things," Isla said lightly from behind the counter. "Buttons, keys, jewelry." Guinness swiped again. This time something inside the pocket moved. Just a flicker, a glint, gone as fast as it appeared. Ryan stilled. Guinness made a small, satisfied, churring sound and hooked her paw again, more insistently now. "Hey," Ryan said, sharper this time. He lifted her off his lap and set her carefully on the floor. "Sorry, I don't—" Guinness sat back on her haunches and stared up at him, tail tip twitching. I stepped closer, pretending to straighten the sugar canister on the table. "She used to do that to Gerald," I said casually. "She had this thing for his lucky rabbit foot." Ryan's head snapped up. "Did she?" he said. It came out flat. "Yes," I said, "every time he came in." For a split second, something crossed his face. Surprise, maybe, or calculation. "Huh," he said. "Cats, I guess." Elise brought his coffee over and set it down with a soft clink. "On the house," she said, "for the entertainment." "Thanks," Ryan said. Guinness circled the table once, then hopped onto the empty chair beside him. She leaned across the table and extended a paw toward the jacket draped there, batting at the pocket again. Ryan reached out and pulled the jacket closer to himself, folding it over his knee. Guinness's ears flattened. I felt the room shift, not dramatically, just enough. A subtle tightening, like air before rain. "Busy today," Ryan said too casually. "Founders' Day brings people out." "It does," I said. "Everyone likes a reason to gather." He nodded, took a sip of his coffee, then grimaced slightly. "Hot." "It cools," I said. Guinness jumped down and padded away, apparently satisfied. For now. She leapt back onto the counter and resumed her place, tucking her paws beneath her chest and fixing Ryan with a long, inscrutable stare. Ryan finished his coffee quickly. He stood, shrugging back into his jacket, careful again, and slid some bills onto the table. "Thanks." "Any time," Isla said. He hesitated, then glanced at me. "You doing okay?" he asked. The question felt practiced, polite, weightless. "I'm managing," I said. He smiled, like that was the right answer, and headed for the door. The bell chimed as he left. For a moment, no one spoke. Then Elise said, "Well, that was odd." Isla leaned on the counter. "Guinness doesn't latch on to people like that." Guinness flicked her tail and looked away, as if the matter were settled. I walked to the window and watched Ryan cross the street toward the hardware store, his hands back in his pockets, his shoulders slightly hunched. "Pen?" Elise said. I turned back. "What?" "You look like you've seen a ghost." I swallowed. Guinness just reminded me of something. Isla followed my gaze. "Gerald?" "Yes." Guinness lifted her head at the sound of his name, eyes bright and alert. I watched her for a moment, then reached out and scratched behind her ears. She leaned into my hand, purring low and steady. "Good girl," I murmured. Guinness closed her eyes. Outside, the bell at Three Whiskers chimed again as someone else came in, and the cafe returned to its easy rhythm. But the image stayed with me, the flash of something metallic, the way Ryan had gone still, the way Guinness had known. And I couldn't shake the feeling that something small had just brushed up against the truth and slipped away. Chapter 28. Three Whiskers had settled back into itself by the time Lydia arrived. The mid-afternoon crowd had thinned. A couple of laptops glowed near the window. Guinness sat in her usual place on the counter, compact and watchful, as if nothing noteworthy had happened at all. I knew better. Lydia slipped inside, coat still buttoned, tote bag clutched to her side like she hadn't meant to stop anywhere on the way here, but couldn't not come. "Hi," she said, breathless. "I didn't want to wait." "Come sit," I said, already pulling out a chair. "Coffee?" She shook her head. "Later. I'll forget what I'm about to say if I drink anything." "That was Lydia for you." She slid into the chair and opened her tote, pulling out a manila folder that looked ordinary, creased, unassuming, something you'd overlook if you weren't paying attention. "I went back through the county records this morning," she said. "Not because I was looking for anything specific, just following a thread." I watched her hands as she spoke. They were steady. "There was a quiet investment made during the pandemic," she continued. "Towering pines, cash infusion, nothing dramatic, enough to keep the place afloat during a bad stretch." My chest tightened. "Gerald." "Yes," Lydia said. "He was given a small percentage interest in return. Not controlling, not public-facing, sensible. There's a reversion clause, though." I leaned forward. "Meaning?" "Upon his death, his interest automatically returns to the prior ownership. No estate involvement, no probate complications." It was so Gerald. Help without entanglement, support without spotlight. "Who knew?" I asked. Lydia exhaled. "Very few people. The paperwork is clean, but it's deliberately quiet." I thought of Sherry at Founders' Day. Unity, stability. Don't let rumors spiral. You need to take this to Dean, I said. Lydia blinked. I was hoping you'd say that. This isn't something you hold on to, I said. The more information he has, the faster he can figure out who killed Gerald. Her mouth tightened. I'll go now. She slid the folder back into her tote and stood. You're sure? Yes, I said. And Lydia, thank you. She hesitated, then added, Pen, this doesn't make Gerald responsible for what happened. I know, I said. Lydia squeezed my shoulder once and headed for the door. After she left, I stood there longer than I meant to, watching Guinness wash one paw with exaggerated care, as if the world had been nothing but normal all along. It hadn't. I excused myself and walked down the block to Augustus Loom, locking the door behind me and flipping the sign to closed, even though it was still early. The shop felt steadier than I did. Wood shelves, woven textures, the faint scent of wool and cedar. I stepped into the back room and closed the door. Then I called Dean. He answered on the second ring. Pen. No question in it. Lydia's on her way to you, I said. She found something about towering pines. Ownership paperwork. You'll want to see it. There was a pause. Not long, but deliberate. All right. There's something else, I said. This is less concrete. Go on. I told him about Three Whiskers, about Ryan, about Guinness swiping at his jacket pocket the same way she used to do with Gerald's rabbit's foot. I didn't see it, I said, but I think he had it on him. Dean didn't interrupt. When I finished, he asked, Did Ryan think you suspected? Yes, I said. I'm pretty sure he did. Another pause, shorter this time. Thank you, Dean said. I need to make a call. Not dismissal, triage. The line went dead. I stood there staring at my phone, my pulse loud in my ears, and wondered if I'd moved too fast. Dean showed up at Augustus Loom an hour later. He didn't sit. He stood near the counter, hat in his hands, expression thoughtful. We spoke with Lydia, he said. The paperwork checks out. And Ryan? Dean met my eyes. I had an officer stop him, asked if he'd be willing to let us see what was in his pockets. And? I asked. He was agreeable, Dean said. Very. My stomach sank. There was nothing there, he continued. No rabbit's foot, no keychain, nothing. I closed my eyes for a moment. He got rid of it. Yes, Dean said. I believe he did. Will it turn up? I asked. Dean considered. People don't usually throw away things they think matter. They set them down somewhere they can retrieve them, or somewhere they think won't draw attention. If it's somewhere tied to him, he added, we'll find it. So it'll be found, I said. Likely, Dean agreed. Soon. I leaned against the counter, suddenly tired. I should have called you sooner. Dean shook his head. You did exactly what you should have done. I looked up at him. I keep thinking about Gerald, about how often he handled things under the radar, how much easier that must have felt. Dean's voice softened. And look where that got him. The words settled between us. I'll keep you updated, he said. If anything else comes up, anything at all, you call me. I will, I said. After he left, I stood alone in the shop, the hum of the street muffled by glass and yarn and wood. Somewhere in Cornwall, a small silver rabbit's foot was no longer where it belonged, and whoever had taken it knew enough to be afraid. I turned the sign back to open and stepped into the front of the shop, knowing, with a quiet certainty that had nothing to do with courage and everything to do with resolve, that there was no going back to smoothing things over now. Chapter 29. The morning had the delicate, tentative feel of something beginning again. Isla stepped out of cream tea ahead of me, balancing a pink pastry box in one hand and her purse in the other, cheeks flushed from sugar and excitement. I still can't believe she told me to reapply, Isla said for the third time. She said I'd be perfect for the floor. Perfect. Like capital P. I smiled. You would be. Isla preened, just a little. I mean, obviously, but still. We paused on the sidewalk while Isla adjusted the lid of the box, careful not to smudge the logo. Finch and Fig was only a few doors down, its windows already dressed for the approaching holidays. Deep jewel tones, wool wraps, and a few hints of evergreen tucked into the displays. Then Isla wrinkled her nose. Ew. I glanced at her. What? She took a step back, eyes fixed somewhere behind me. What does he have in his mouth? Who? I asked, already turning. Jory trotted toward us from across the street, tail loose, gait unbothered. Whatever he carried dangled from his mouth, dark and muddy and unidentifiable. Oh no, Isla said. Is that a mouse? My stomach dipped. I don't think... He's bringing it to us, Isla said faintly. Why is he bringing it to us? Jory stopped a foot away, looked up at me, and dropped the object at my feet. It landed with a damp thud. Not a mouse and not food, something pale beneath the dirt. Curved. Familiar in a way that made my breath catch before my mind caught up. The rabbit's foot lay there, matted with mud, the fur dulled and clumped. The silver chain that used to hold it was gone. No clasp, no keyring, just the foot itself, furry and bare of its chain, wrong-looking without the place it belonged. For a second, the street noise seemed to pull back. Cars passed. A door opened somewhere. Someone laughed. Isla stared down at it. Okay, she said. That's worse than a mouse. I didn't answer. I crouched, slowly, as if sudden movement might undo what I was seeing. Dirt smeared my fingertips as I turned it gently, just enough to see the worn edge near the top where the chain had rubbed for years. The place Guinness used to bat at. The place Gerald used to absently touch when he talked. My chest tightened. It's a rabbit's foot, Isla said. That's someone's, right? Yes, I said. It is. Jory sat down, satisfied, tongue lolling slightly as if he'd completed a perfectly reasonable task. Isla hugged the pastry box to her chest. Why would he have that? I don't know, I said. But my mind was already moving, too fast, too sharp, dropped, not placed, dirty, separated from its chain, not treasured, discarded. People passed us on the sidewalk, slowing when they saw me crouched there, curiosity flickering and fading quickly. Pen? Isla said. Do you want me to get a napkin or something? I shook my head. I reached into my bag, pulled out a clean handkerchief, and wrapped the rabbit's foot as if gentleness might restore something it had lost. When I stood, Isla was watching my face. That was Gerald's, she said. Yes, I said. Jory wagged his tail once, pleased. Somewhere behind us, the bell over Cream Tea's door chimed again. Isla shifted her weight. This doesn't feel like a celebration anymore. It's still a celebration, I said. You have the interview. I looked down at the handkerchief in my hands, and Gerald's rabbit's foot has been found. Chapter 30. The foot was dirty, but I knew it was his. The fur was matted in a way I'd never seen before, dulled and stiff where it had once been soft from years of being handled. Gerald used to roll it between his fingers when he talked, absent-minded, like a habit he didn't even realize he had. Seeing it like this, discarded, stripped of its chain, made my chest ache in a way I hadn't expected. The shape, the size, wrong in exactly the way something normal goes wrong once it's been handled by someone else. The chain was gone, but the foot itself was unmistakable. By the time I dropped the rabbit's foot off at the station, the story had already started to shift and rearrange itself, each retelling sanding down the roughest edges. By noon, people knew something, Not everything, not the details, but enough. Jory had been seen trotting down Main Street with something in his mouth, tail high, pleased with himself. Someone had tried to call him over. Someone else had said, "Don't take it from him. He'll just think it's a game." By the time I reached Augustus Loom, the incident had already settled into the town's bloodstream. Elise was waiting outside when I arrived, hands tucked into her coat pockets, eyes alert. "So," she said as I unlocked the door, "Jory." "He has a sense for drama," I said. She followed me inside, the bell chiming behind us. "Isla told me everything, said he dropped it right at your feet." "He did." Elise shook her head. "People keep asking if it was really Gerald's." "And you're telling them?" "That we don't know for certain," she said, "which is still true." I nodded. The difference mattered more than people realized. The bell chimed again, and Terence came in, notebook tucked under his arm, out of habit more than purpose. Marianne followed, scarf loose around her neck, eyes already cataloging the space. "Is it true?" Terence asked. "Yes," I said. Marianne let out a breath. "Well, that answers one question." "And raises a few more," Terence said. "I've already spoken with Dean," I said. "He's handling it." That seemed to land. People wanted answers, but they wanted them steadied, carried by someone official. Dean gave them that. I didn't resent it. I understood it. What struck me that afternoon was how quickly people adjusted, not dramatically, not cruelly, but deliberately. Conversations lowered, expressions recalibrated, as if everyone were feeling for the edges of something newly uncovered, trying not to disturb it too much. I locked up early and crossed to Three Whiskers. Inside, the rhythm held. Coffee steamed, cats lounged. Guinness lay sprawled on her favorite cushion, glossy and unrepentant, one paw twitching as if she were dreaming. I crouched to scratch her chin. "You've caused quite a stir," I murmured. She didn't open her eyes. A woman near the window said, "I heard the police are handling it quietly." "They are," Elise said easily from behind the counter. "That's good," the woman replied. "No sense letting things get out of hand." It wasn't dismissal. It was nerves, contained, careful. I took my coffee and sat by the window, watching people pass. A couple paused to talk. Someone waved. Someone else smiled a bit too brightly. Another voice said, "I hope whoever found it comes in today. Might help clear the air." No one responded. No one disagreed. I didn't comment either. When Dean called later, his voice was even, professional, but firmer now. "We found where it was dumped," he said, "behind the hardware store. The chain's gone. The foot matches what people remember Gerald carrying." "So it was his," I said. "Yes," Dean said, "and that matters." "And the person who had it?" A pause. Not long. Considered. "We have someone in mind," Dean said. "Nervous, but not panicking. The kind who'll try to outlast the talk and wait for things to return to normal." I closed my eyes. "That feels familiar." "Yes," Dean said. "It does." After the call, I stayed where I was, watching Main Street continue on. Doors opening, bells chiming, people moving carefully but not stopping. The citizens of Cornwall weren't turning away from the truth. They were waiting to see how much of it would be required. Gerald had spent his life absorbing small wrongs so others wouldn't have to. Now the town was being asked, quietly, steadily, to hold one itself. And for the first time since his death, I felt something shift. Not closure, but movement. Chapter 31. Dean stopped by Augustus Loom the next morning. I was restocking a shelf of yarn when the bell chimed, and I looked up expecting Elise or Terence. Instead, Dean stood just inside the door, hands in his coat pockets, expression cautious but not guarded. "Morning," he said. "Morning," I replied. "Do you want coffee?" "No," he said gently. I won't stay long. I wiped my hands on my apron and gestured toward the counter. He came closer, resting one hand on the wood like he needed the contact. We've been able to establish something about the rabbit's foot, he said. I waited. The area where Jory picked it up, behind the hardware store, had been cleaned the day before, swept, hose marks still visible, no debris, no trash. I pictured it instantly, the neatness, the intention. So it wasn't dropped there right after Gerald was... No, Dean replied. It was placed there later, which means whoever had it kept it for a while first. The word settled heavily between us. Kept. They took it, I said, and then they held on to it, like a trophy. Dean nodded. It was one thing, I continued, choosing my words carefully, to kill Gerald. That was violence. Sudden. Terrible. My throat tightened, but I pushed through. But taking something that personal and then dumping it in the dirt feels deliberate, like kicking him again when he was down. Dean didn't argue. His jaw flexed. It tells us something about mindset. I looked up at him. It tells me something about disrespect. Yes, he said. That too. I thought of Gerald's habits, how he checked that the foot was still there, the way Guinness used to bat at it, how it hung from his belt loop like a quiet reassurance. It hadn't been valuable. It hadn't even been lucky in any provable way. It had just been his. To keep it, I said, and then throw it away like it was nothing. That's harm layered on top of harm. Dean watched me closely. You're not wrong. I let out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. Do people know this part yet? No, he said, and they won't, not unless it becomes necessary. They don't need it. They need the truth, Dean corrected, but not all at once. I met his eyes. Do you think this helps you narrow things? Yes, he said without hesitation. It helps. Whoever did this didn't just want to get away, I said. They saw this as hurting Gerald one more time. I can't imagine anyone being that angry with him. Dean straightened, adjusting his coat. I wanted you to know. You have a good sense of these things. I managed a small, tired smile. I wish I didn't. I know, he said. At the door he paused. If anything else shifts, anything that feels off, you call me. I will. After he left, I stood there for a long moment, listening to the hum of the shop. Yarn in tidy rows, colors meticulously chosen, everything in its place. Gerald had believed in keeping things orderly, not spotless, just tended. Whoever had taken the rabbit's foot hadn't just taken an object. They'd taken something Gerald cherished and decided it no longer mattered. That choice felt as telling as the violence itself. Chapter 32. Ryan came into Augustus Loom just after 5. The bell chimed, and I looked up from the counter expecting Terrence or Elise. Instead, Ryan stood just inside the door, hands shoved into the pockets of his jacket, posture loose in a way that suggested he wanted to appear comfortable. "Hey, Pen," he said. "You got a minute?" "Sure," I said, because that was the only answer that didn't turn him away. He stepped farther in, eyes sliding over the shelves of yarn, the sample scarves, the neat order of the place. He nodded like he approved of it all, like he'd been in before, even though I couldn't remember the last time he had. "Crazy thing about that dog," he said lightly. "Jory, I mean." "Yes," I said. Ryan shifted his weight. "Whole town's talking about it." "They are." He laughed, soft, quick. Figures. Something like that happens. People start making connections that aren't really there. I watched him as he spoke. He didn't look at me when he said it. He was studying a basket of wool blends near the counter, fingers brushing the edge without picking anything up. "Gerald's rabbit's foot," he added. "I remember that thing. He used to joke it was the only reason his luck held." "That's right," I said. "Ryan, sad business," Ryan said vigorously. "All of it. Guy didn't deserve that." "No," I said. "He didn't." Silence stretched between us. Ryan seemed to think it was the kind of pause that invited reassurance. "I hope people aren't getting carried away," he said, "reading into stuff, making it bigger than it is." I met his eyes then. Bigger than what? He blinked, caught. Then he smiled. "You know, coincidences, that sort of thing." "Finding something personal of Gerald's," I said, "after he was killed." Ryan's smile held, but something flickered behind it. Irritation, maybe, or calculation. "Yeah, that. People forget how easy it is for things to get misplaced, moved around." "Or kept," I said. The word landed between us. Ryan's jaw tightened, just for a second. He recovered quickly. "Sure," he said, "I guess. But whoever found it did the right thing, turning it in." "Jory did," I said. He laughed again, louder this time. "Well, the dog, then." I waited. Ryan shoved his hands deeper into his pockets. "I just wanted you to know, I don't think it's right, all this whispering. Gerald wouldn't have liked it. He was a forgiving guy." There it was. Not grief, not anger. Instruction. I felt something cold in my chest. "Gerald was kind," I said, "but he wasn't blind." Ryan's eyes sharpened. "I didn't say he was." "I know," I said. Another pause. This one thinner. "Well," he said finally, backing toward the door, "I just thought I'd check in. See how you were doing." I nodded. "I appreciate that." He hesitated, then added, "People need to let things settle. That's usually how Cornwall works." He said it like a reminder, like advice. When the bell chimed behind him, the shop felt quieter than before. I stood there for a long moment, replaying the conversation, not the words, but the shape of it. How he'd arrived without being asked. How he'd framed concern as caution. How he'd used Gerald's kindness as a reason not to look too closely. Ryan hadn't come in to see how I was. He'd come to see how much I knew. And that was the first time I felt certain of something I hadn't wanted to be certain of at all. Whatever he was afraid of losing, it wasn't just his reputation, it was control of the situation. Chapter 33. The Main Street Cafe was full in that early evening way. Tables close, sounds overlapping, the smell of fried onions and coffee clinging to everything. The windows glowed warm against the darkening street, and for a moment walking in felt like stepping into something safe. We took the table by the front window, Granny settling in first, then Elise, then Isla sliding into the chair beside mine, cheeks flushed with excitement she was still pretending not to feel too deeply. "To Finch and Fig," Granny said, lifting her water glass, "and second chances." Isla smiled, soft and real. "It's just an interview." "It's still a celebration," Granny said. "You've earned it." Elise reached over and squeezed Isla's hand. "You're going to be great." Menus were opened, closed, orders placed, normal things. I let myself relax into it. The clink of silverware, the low hum of conversation, the ease of being with people who knew me well enough not to ask questions I didn't want to answer. That was when the voices from the next table drifted over. "I feel so bad for him," a woman said. "That man was like a father to Ryan." I felt my shoulders tighten before I could stop them. "Gerald really took him under his wing," another voice added. "Back when he was just a boy. People forget that." Granny's gaze flicked up from her menu, not to the table, to me. Elise kept reading, but her jaw set slightly. "At the Santa finale," the first woman continued, "you could tell his heart wasn't in it. How could it be? He was actively grieving." A fork scraped against a plate. "The rabbit's foot thing brought it all back up," someone else said. "Front and center, you know." Isla's hand stilled on her water glass. "My son works with him at Harwood's," a man said. "Says Ryan nearly broke down today. Had to step outside for air." There was a murmur of sympathy, a soft chorus of mm-hms and "poor thing." No one said anything unkind. No one said anything sharp. Isla leaned closer to me. "They're talking about Ryan." "I know," I said. "She was just saying how unfair it all is," Isla added, not accusing, just confused. Like, it's already decided that he's a victim too. Elise glanced toward the other table now, just once, then looked away again. People like a story that lets them be gentle. Granny folded her menu and placed it on the table, hands resting on top of it. She didn't look angry. She looked thoughtful. "They're remembering the boy," she said, "not seeing the man." Across the aisle, laughter bubbled up. Someone changing the subject, a server dropping off food. Normal life flowed on. I stared down at the tabletop, tracing a faint scratch in the wood with my finger. Gerald had taken people under his wing. That part was true. He'd believed in helping and giving folks a way to keep their dignity. I wondered if he'd ever imagined that kindness becoming a shield someone could hide behind. Our food arrived. Plates were set down. Isla's smile returned, smaller now, but still there. "I'm still excited," she said, as if reassuring herself, "about the interview." "And you should be," Granny said firmly. I nodded. "You absolutely should." At the other table, the conversation drifted to weather, to school schedules, to nothing at all. But the story they'd told lingered, settling into the room like steam that refused to clear. And I realized that when the truth finally surfaced, when it no longer fit the shape people had already chosen, it wouldn't just disrupt the town's peace. It would force people to reckon with the story they'd been protecting. Chapter 34. Main Street Cafe was doing what it always did at the end of the day, absorbing meetings that needed neutral ground. Gladys had already decided it was time to move forward, and we'd claimed one of the smaller tables along the wall. Menus were pushed aside as we spread out a stack of papers between us. "If we move the tree lighting up 15 minutes, Gladys said, tapping her pen against the margin, "we avoid overlapping with the school concert entirely." "That would help," I said, "and it gives the choir time to get set up without rushing." She nodded, satisfied, and made a neat note. Gladys liked things orderly. It was one of the reasons she was good on committees. The other was that she paid attention. I was mid-sentence about vendor spacing when the energy in the room shifted, so that I noticed people glancing toward the door. Ryan Mickles had come in. He paused just inside, scanning the room, then smiled when he spotted someone waving him over. He moved with the easy familiarity of a person who expected to be welcome. A few pats on the shoulder, a few murmured hellos. He slid into a chair at a table near the center, close enough that I could hear him without trying. Gladys noticed him too. Her pen stilled. "He's making the rounds," she said. "Yes," I said, and we both went back to our papers, but it was harder to focus now. Someone at Ryan's table said, "How are you holding up?" Ryan let out a breath that sounded practiced. "Some days are better than others." A sympathetic murmur followed. "I keep thinking about Gerald," he continued. "All the things he did quietly, the help he gave that nobody ever knew about." That got attention. Gladys's eyes flicked up to mine. Not alarm. Assessment. "I don't want that to just disappear," Ryan said. "What he started." Someone leaned forward. "What do you mean?" Ryan hesitated just long enough to seem thoughtful. "I was thinking we could set something up, a Helping Hands fund. Nothing flashy, just a way for people to donate and for help to get where it's needed without anyone having to ask." The table went still in the good way, the reverent way. "That sounds like Gerald," a woman said. "That's what I was thinking," Ryan replied quickly. He never wanted recognition. He just wanted to help. I felt something tighten in my chest. Would it be through the church? Someone asked. Ryan shook his head. No, too formal. This should stay neighborly, between us. People nodded. We don't need to know details, another voice added. Just that it's handled with care. Gladys set her pen down. And who would be doing the handling? She asked, her voice carrying just enough to reach the other table without sounding pointed. Ryan turned slightly in his chair, smiling. Well, I figured I could help get it started, just temporarily, until it's up and running. That's generous, someone said. Gladys didn't smile. And where would the money be kept? There it was, not accusation, just logistics. Ryan didn't miss a beat. I'd set up a separate account and keep records, nothing complicated. Would anyone else see them? Gladys asked mildly. There was a pause this time, short but real. I mean, Ryan said, Gerald never wanted oversight. He trusted people. A soft murmur of agreement. Gladys's gaze slid to me, then back to him. Gerald trusted people, she said, but he also didn't like anyone being in a position where trust could be questioned. Ryan's smile held. Exactly. That's why I want to do this right. The table relaxed again. The moment passed. Someone said, it would be a good way to honor him. Another added, he'd be proud. Ryan lowered his head slightly, as if receiving something sacred. I looked down at the papers in front of me, the neat rows of names and times and responsibilities, Christmas lights, hot cocoa, carolers. Gladys leaned closer, her voice low. Gerald didn't like being the middleman, she said. No, I agreed. He didn't care for any setup where sensible questions were brushed aside. I didn't answer right away. Across the room, Ryan laughed at something someone said. He looked relieved, settled. The fund was already real, whether anyone had written it down yet or not. And I realized, with a clarity that made my stomach drop, that questioning it wouldn't sound like caution. It would sound like cruelty. Chapter 35. The kettles appeared, not all at once, and not with any announcement. One showed up on the counter at Main Street Cafe, a simple tin can with a red ribbon tied around the handle and a handwritten tag taped to the side. Helping Hands. In memory of Gerald L. Another appeared near the register at Weber Hardware. By the end of the week, there were 3 more, Augustus Loom included, set out without ceremony, as if they'd always been part of the landscape. People didn't ask questions. They dropped bills into the slots, 5s, 10s, the occasional folded 20. They paused afterward, hands lingering on the counter as if they'd said something important without needing words. It feels right, someone said to me as they tucked their wallet away. Since there wasn't a service, that made sense. Cornwall had a way of marking grief through action, through doing. The fund grew quickly, not so much in numbers, but in tone. People spoke of it with relief, with gratitude, with the satisfaction of having found somewhere to put their care. Ryan made the rounds every few days, collecting the kettles, always with someone nearby. He carried them like they were heavier than they were. Gerald would have liked this, he said more than once. People helping people. Small requests came first. A grocery bill, a heating delivery, a winter coat for a kid who'd outgrown last year's. Each one granted quietly, efficiently, without paperwork or fuss. The stories traveled faster than the money. Helping Hands works. Helping Hands came through. Helping Hands is such a good idea. I heard it often to the point that I stopped noticing until the day I did. Cassie Harms came into Augustus Loom late in the afternoon, after the rush, after the kettles had been emptied and tucked away. I didn't know her well. I knew her face, her voice, the way she stood like she was bracing herself against something. "Pen," she said, "do you have a minute?" I did. She twisted her hands together as she spoke, eyes fixed on the counter. I didn't know who else to ask. Ryan said there just wasn't enough right now. For what? I asked. My mortgage, Cassie said. Just one payment. I'm behind because of the medical bills. I thought... Her voice wavered, then steadied. I thought that's what this was for. It was. Or it was supposed to be. How much did you ask for? I said. She told me. It was the kind of number that made my stomach tighten. Not because it was too large, but because it wasn't. He said the fund couldn't handle that kind of outlay yet, she added quickly, as if defending him, that it would deplete things too much. I agreed, but something inside me didn't settle. That evening, I ran into Denzel Harwood outside the hardware store. Denzel, I said, can I ask you something? He paused. Of course. Did you contribute to Helping Hands? He smiled. Yes, Gerald was a good man. Do you mind if I ask, did you write a check or... A check, he said. Seemed cleaner. I hesitated, then said, someone came to me today. She asked for help from the fund, a house payment. Nothing extravagant. I kept my voice even. She was told there wasn't enough. Denzel didn't interrupt. He listened attentively, giving the words room to land. I'm not naming her, I added. I wouldn't do that. But it bothered me. Enough that I thought you should know. Denzel was silent for a moment. Then he asked, simply, how much? I told him. His brow creased enough to register calculation. That shouldn't have been a problem. That was my sense, I said, but I don't have any way of knowing how much is in the fund. There should be more than enough to cover the request. I'll look into it, he said. Later that afternoon, Denzel came by Augustus Loom. He didn't waste time. The check cleared, he said. Of course it did. My stomach tightened. So the money was there. Yes, he said. Enough for what she asked. I leaned against the counter, absorbing it. Did you talk to Ryan? I did. And? Denzel's mouth thinned slightly. He said there was money. He just didn't want to deplete the fund too quickly. Said he had to think long-term, about sustainability. He said Gerald always planned ahead, Denzel added. Didn't want to empty his pockets all at once. I looked down at the kettle by my register, the ribbons slightly frayed now from being handled so often. Gerald didn't plan like that, I said. He helped when help was needed. Denzel nodded. That's what I thought. He didn't say anything else. He didn't need to. After he left, I stood there for a long time, watching people come and go, watching them drop bills into the kettle with small, hopeful gestures. Helping Hands was still doing good, but something had shifted. It wasn't about missing money. It was about who decided when kindness applied and when it didn't. And for the first time since the fund began, I understood the danger clearly. Once help became something someone managed, it stopped belonging to the people who needed it. And that wasn't how Gerald had done it. Chapter 36. Three Whiskers was busy in that low, comfortable way it got after lunch. Cups clinking, steam hissing, cats stretched across sun-warmed windowsills like they'd been placed there on purpose. I was at the counter helping Elise restock mugs when Isla leaned over to greet a woman standing near the pastry case. I didn't know her well, but I knew her face. One of those people you recognize because you've seen them often enough to know when something is off. Hi, Isla said brightly. What can I get you? Just a tea, the woman replied. She hesitated, then added, quieter. Chamomile, please. Isla reached for a cup. How's Dolly doing? The woman's mouth curved into a smile that didn't quite hold. Still stubborn, still opinionated. That sounds like her, Isla said warmly. She's earned it. What is she now? 15? I turned slightly, pretending to wipe the counter, not meaning to listen, and then realizing I already was. Just turned 16. She needs surgery, the woman said, keeping her voice steady. It's not urgent, but it won't wait forever either. They think she'll do well if they can get in there soon." Isla winced. "Oh, I'm sorry." "It's all right," the woman said quickly. "I mean, it's not, but, you know." She took a breath. "I thought about asking about the Helping Hands Fund." Isla paused, fingers still on the kettle. "I did ask," the woman went on. "Ryan was very polite. He listened. He said he was sorry." She shrugged, like she was talking about the weather. "But he said that wasn't really what the fund was intended for." My stomach tightened. "For a cat," the woman added, not defensively, just factually, "especially one her age." Isla's face softened. "Did he say—" "He said they had to be careful," the woman said, "about sustainability, about making sure the fund could help as many people as possible." She paused. "I even offered to pay it back, but he said it still wasn't a good fit." Snowball launched herself at a dangling string toy near the register, skidding into a chair leg and tumbling over with indignant grace. No one laughed. "I understand," the woman said, though it sounded like something she was practicing saying out loud. "I just thought, well, Gerald used to—" She stopped herself, took another breath. "Anyway, tea, please." Isla handed her the cup without charging her. The woman didn't protest. As she moved toward a table, a man sitting nearby shifted in his chair. He'd been listening too. There was no mistaking it. "I was thinking of asking," he said, not quite to Isla, not quite to anyone, "about my dog." Isla looked at him. He shrugged, eyes on the floor. "But if that's not the kind of thing it's for—" His voice trailed off. "I'll manage." He stood, slid his chair back, and left without ordering anything. Isla stared after him for a moment, then turned back to the counter. "I'm sorry," she said to no one in particular. "I watched the cats instead because they didn't understand the rules." Guinness lay sprawled across the back of a chair, one paw dangling, utterly unconcerned with budgets or intentions, or whether she qualified as a need. Dolly's name echoed in my mind, not as a symbol, not as a tragedy, just as a small life that mattered to someone. Gerald wouldn't have asked how old she was. He wouldn't have asked whether she was worth it. He would have helped first and figured the rest out later. And now people were already learning not to ask at all. Chapter 37. The Harwood building was warm with bodies and sound. Someone had strung white lights along the mezzanine railing, and a long table near the windows sagged under the weight of sheet cakes and coffee urns. Balloons bobbed every time the door opened, gold and cream, tasteful in how Ellie Harwood herself had always been. 90 years old and still holding court. Ellie, Eloan, if you were feeling formal, sat near the center of the room in a high-backed chair borrowed from the Historical Society, a glittering tiara perched confidently atop her white hair. People drifted in and out, offering hugs, cards, stories she pretended she hadn't already heard. Denzel hovered nearby, watchful but relaxed, his brother Lucas close at hand. They moved in coordination, one stepping forward when Ellie needed something, the other easing back to give her room, both of them smiling in that proud, proprietary way men get when the woman at the center of the room has always been the axis of their world. I spotted Dean near the refreshment table, paper plate in hand, listening politely as someone recounted a story about Ellie insisting on shoveling her own walk well into her 80s. "Good evening," I said, slipping up beside him. "Pen?" he said. "Quite a turnout." "It's Ellie," I said. "She's earned it." We stood together for a moment, watching her laugh as someone leaned in to whisper something meant just for her. That was when I noticed Ryan. He stood off to one side of the room near the tall windows, holding a cup of coffee he didn't seem to be drinking. A small knot of people had gathered around him, the kind that didn't shift or thin out. The way most conversations did, I didn't have to strain to hear him. We just have to be careful, Ryan was saying, his voice even, reasonable. If the fund gets depleted too fast, it won't be there when people really need it. Someone murmured agreement. I mean, Gerald always thought ahead, Ryan continued. He believed in helping, but not in emptying your pockets all at once. That phrase again. Dean's gaze flicked briefly in Ryan's direction, then back to me. Can I tell you something? I asked. Of course. There have been denials, I said. More than one. His posture didn't change, but his attention sharpened. I could feel it. One was a house payment, I continued. Medical bills. 1 month behind, the money was there. And the other? A cat, I said. Surgery. The owner offered to pay it back. Ryan said that wasn't what the fund was intended for. Dean's jaw tightened. Not visibly, not enough for anyone else to notice. I watched Ellie accept a slice of cake, her hands steady, her smile pleased. He's saying all the right things, I added, out loud. Thank you for telling me, Dean said. That was all he said. Across the room, Ryan laughed at something someone said, shaking his head like a man weighed down by responsibility. I just don't want people thinking this is endless, he said. It's about honoring Gerald the right way. A woman beside him nodded, eyes bright. You're doing such a good job. Ryan smiled. Not wide, not smug. Earnest. Dean set his empty plate on the table. I'm going to say hello to Ellie. I will too, I said, in a little bit. I stayed where I was, the conversation dissolving naturally as people shifted and made room. Ellie took Dean's hands in hers when he reached her, patting them firmly. I hope you're behaving yourself, she told him, eyes sharp with affection. I always do, he said. She snorted. That's not what I hear. I grinned despite myself. Around me, the party went on. Cake was cut. Cards were opened. Stories layered over one another like soft blankets. And in the corner of the room, Ryan continued to explain, kindly, patiently, why help had limits. I watched faces soften as he spoke, watched people nod, watched how easy it was to believe him, and I understood something with a clarity that settled deep and cold. Ryan wasn't afraid of being seen. He was counting on it. Because when control looked like care and denial sounded like responsibility, the room didn't go quiet at all. It applauded. Chapter 38. Harwood House sat a little apart from the street, set back behind old maples that had been there longer than most of the town's memory. The windows glowed warmly against the early dark, lamps already lit inside. I carried the gift bag carefully up the front steps, balancing it against my hip. A few things had been overlooked in the shuffle after Ellie's party. Cards tucked into a chair pocket, a small wrapped box that had slid behind the cake table. Denzel had been juggling too much to notice. Ryan stood on the porch, one hand poised to knock, coat unbuttoned, posture loose. Comfortable. Oh, he said, smiling easily. Pen. Ryan, I replied, I'm just dropping off a few things that got missed. He glanced at the bag. Ellie's haul? Yes. He chuckled. She'll be opening cards for a week. There was no hesitation in him, no flicker of discomfort. If anything, he looked pleased to run into me here, as if proximity itself were proof of legitimacy. I was just heading in, he added. Denzel asked me to stop by. That explained it. The door opened and Denzel appeared in the entryway, sweater sleeves pushed up, his expression shifting when he saw us together. Pen, he said, surprised. I didn't realize. I brought the rest of Ellie's gifts, I said, holding up the bag. Some things didn't make it into the boxes earlier. Well, thank you, he said sincerely. That was thoughtful. His gaze moved to Ryan. You made good time. Ryan stepped inside without waiting to be invited. I followed, already turning toward the hall where I could set the bag down and make a clean exit. Denzel gestured toward the parlor. Why don't we sit for a moment?" "I don't want to interrupt," I said. "You're not," he replied. "What I want to talk about concerns the community, and I'd like you to hear it." That stopped me. The parlor was exactly what you'd expect of a house that had never tried to be modern. Deep chairs, a low table, family photographs in heavy frames, a portrait of Ellie in her 40s hung above the mantel, eyes sharp, mouth unsmiling. We sat. Ryan leaned back immediately, one ankle crossed over his knee, at ease. Denzel remained standing for a moment, hands braced on the back of a chair, as if arranging his thoughts. "I've been thinking about helping hands," he said finally. Ryan nodded. "Of course." "It's grown quickly," Denzel continued, "faster than I think any of us anticipated." "That's a good thing," Ryan said. "People trusted Gerald. They want to honor him." "Yes," Denzel said, "they do." He took a seat across from us. "And that trust deserves to be handled properly." Ryan's smile didn't falter. "I've been doing my best. It's a lot for one person, but—" "That's exactly my concern," Denzel said, cutting in gently. "It is a lot for one person." I watched Ryan closely to see what shifted behind his eyes. Denzel went on. "The Harwood Corporation already has the infrastructure for this sort of thing. Accounting, record-keeping, compliance, tax filings." He paused. "It makes sense for us to take over administration of the fund." The room went quiet. Ryan recovered quickly. "I've actually been thinking the same thing," he said. "This has turned into a massive undertaking. Gerald never intended it to be informal forever." Denzel inclined his head. "That was my understanding as well." "And I shouldn't be doing it alone," Ryan added. "Not something this important." "Agreed," Denzel said. I felt the subtle wrongness of it settle in my chest, and how easily Ryan had stepped into agreement, as if he'd rehearsed this moment without knowing it. "This wouldn't change the purpose of the fund," Denzel continued. "Only the structure. Decisions would be documented, requests reviewed, disbursements tracked." "Transparency is important," Ryan said. Denzel looked at me then. "Penn, you've been close to this from the beginning. You knew Gerald well. I want you to understand where this is coming from." I chose my words carefully. Gerald didn't care for any setup where sensible questions were brushed aside. Ryan glanced at me, still smiling. "And he believed in helping when help was needed," I added, "not when it was convenient." Denzel absorbed that. "That's exactly why this needs to be done right." He stood, signaling the end of the conversation. "We'll transition the fund under Harwood management effective immediately. Ryan, you'll work with our accounting team to transfer records and remaining cash." "Of course," Ryan said easily, rising as well. "Whatever you need." He didn't look rattled. That was the thing. As we moved toward the door, I caught his expression in the mirror over the hall table. Confident, assured, a man who believed the system would still bend his way. Denzel thanked me again for bringing the gifts. Outside, the air had cooled. The night stilled. I walked away with the uneasy sense that something important had just happened, and that Ryan hadn't yet realized what he'd agreed to give up. Not money, not responsibility, but the freedom to decide, unchecked, who deserved help and who didn't. And I knew, with the same certainty I'd felt more than once since Gerald died, that freedom was the one thing he would not relinquish easily. Chapter 39. Sarah Gilmore's name traveled faster than the announcement. By the time I finished my first cup of coffee at Augustus Loom that morning, I'd already heard it twice. Once from a woman picking up yarn for mittens, and once from Terrence, who stopped in with the day's paper tucked under his arm like punctuation. "Sarah," he said, pleased. "That makes sense." It did. Sarah Gilmore had worked at Harwood for years, competent, endlessly patient, the sort of person who remembered names and birthdays and who needed a little extra time. She sang alto in the church choir every Sunday, her voice the one you could count on when others faltered. Gerald used to tease her about it. If the Sopranos wandered off, Sarah would pull them back. He'd said more than once, always with a smile, that she was the daughter he would have liked to have had. By noon, Denzel made it official. He stood near the coffee urn at Main Street Cafe, speaking to a small group that kept growing without anyone intending it to. He didn't raise his voice. He didn't posture. "We're formalizing Helping Hands," he said, "not changing its purpose, just making sure it's handled carefully and consistently." He gestured towards Sarah, who stood beside him, hands folded loosely, expression calm. "Sarah will be the point of contact," Denzel continued. "People can speak with her directly. Requests will be reviewed promptly, with dignity." Sarah nodded once, acknowledging the room without claiming it. There was a soft release in the air I hadn't realized people were holding. Someone said, "That feels right." Another added, "Gerald trusted her." Denzel smiled faintly. He did. I watched Sarah accept the attention without absorbing it, already shifting her weight toward the woman nearest her, already listening. That was when Ryan stepped forward. He clapped once, lightly, the sound crisp. "This is a good move," he said, "honestly." Heads turned. "I've been saying for a while this was too much for one person," he went on, tone easy, cooperative. "Sarah's perfect. If anyone understands Gerald's heart, it's her." Sarah met his eyes and smiled politely. "Thank you, Ryan." He nodded back, still smiling. "I'm glad it's in good hands," he said. "Takes the pressure off." That was the line. Takes the pressure off. Not off the fund. Not off the community. Off him. Something in his tone caught, just slightly, like a note sung a half step too sharp. He cleared his throat and took a sip of coffee that was already empty. I felt it then. The shift. Ryan had said all the right things. Anyone listening would have agreed, been satisfied. But what I heard wasn't relief. It was displacement. People moved closer to Sarah after that. Questions followed her like birds. Names were exchanged. Conversations softened. Ryan drifted toward the window, alone now, hands shoved deep into his pockets. I watched him from across the room, how his gaze flicked back, not to Sarah, not to Denzel, but to the kettle on the counter, as if he were counting something he no longer had access to. Mary Ann leaned in beside me. "This'll help people," she said. "Yes," I agreed. And it would. That was the thing. Helping Hands would still do good, maybe more than before, maybe better. But Ryan stood there, smiling too tightly at nothing, and I understood with a cold certainty settling in my chest. What he'd lost wasn't work. It was authority. It was the private power of deciding, unseen, unquestioned, who deserved mercy and who didn't. And judging by how his fingers flexed, once hard inside his coat pockets, he hadn't expected to lose that so easily or so quickly. Chapter 40. The changes didn't announce themselves. They showed up the way sensible things often did in Cornwall, with a clipboard and a polite smile. Sarah Gilmore stopped by Augustus Loom mid-morning, coat still buttoned, tote tucked under her arm. She waited until I finished helping a customer choose yarn for a baby blanket. "I just wanted to let you know," she said when we were alone, "that if anyone asks about Helping Hands, they can come directly to me now, or call. Whatever's easier." I nodded. "How's it going?" She hesitated just a beat. "It's steady. We're putting a few simple things in place. Nothing complicated. Just making sure we keep track." "Of course." She smiled. "People have been very kind." After she left, I noticed the clipboard. It sat on the counter near the kettle, clean, orderly, with a single page clipped to the front. Name, contact, request, notes, no judgment, no commentary. Just space for information to land. By the time I popped over to Three Whiskers for a latte, I'd heard it twice. "It's not like it used to be. a woman said to Elise at Three Whiskers, stirring her tea. "You have to write things down now." Elise nodded neutrally. "Sarah's just making sure nothing gets missed." "Well," the woman said, not unkindly, "I suppose that makes sense." I heard it again that afternoon from a man browsing scarves. "I always just talked to Ryan, but Sarah said she'd follow up." "And?" I asked. "And she did," he said, surprised. "Same day." He smiled. "Honestly, I didn't expect it to be that quick." The shift wasn't dramatic. It was subtle enough that most people didn't remark on it at all. But Ryan did. He stopped by the shop just before closing, hands in his pockets, expression open but alert. He looked around as if checking for something that had been moved. "Things feel different," he said lightly. "Different how?" I asked. He shrugged. "More formal, I guess. Clipboards, procedures." He smiled, but it didn't quite reach his eyes. "Gerald never needed all that." "No," I said. "He didn't." Ryan lingered, then added, "I just hope we're not slowing people down. That fund was meant to help." "It still is," I said. He nodded, but didn't look convinced. Later, at Main Street Cafe, I heard his voice before I saw him. "It's not like it used to be," he was saying, seated near the window with two men from the mill. "Gerald trusted me to handle things. He liked keeping it personal." One of the men agreed. "That's true." Ryan leaned in slightly, lowering his voice, not to hide it, but to shape it. "He trusted me," he said again pointedly. "I was there from the start." The words hung for a moment longer than they needed to. No one argued. No one asked a question. But no one said thank you either. I took the sack with the pasty I'd ordered and stepped back out onto the sidewalk, the evening settling in around me. Across the street, Sarah was locking up the office she'd been given for fun matters, her keys already in hand, her posture unhurried. A woman waited nearby, hopeful but calm. Sarah turned, listened, and for the first time since Helping Hands had begun, I understood the real loss Ryan was grappling with. Not money, not work, but the quiet authority of being the one people turned to first, and the sudden realization that they no longer did. Behind me, Ryan's voice rose just enough to carry. "Gerald trusted me," he said again. This time, no one responded. And that silence told me everything. Chapter 41. Three Whiskers was quieter than usual for late afternoon. The lunch crowd gone and the after-school rush not yet arrived. Sunlight slanted through the front windows, catching the dust motes and the edges of the tables where cats lounged in various states of indifference. In the back corner, the card game was underway. It happened most afternoons. 4 men, same table, same deck, worn soft at the edges. They played for nothing that mattered. Pride, maybe. Habit. The comfort of shuffling and dealing and knowing whose turn it was. I was sitting at the counter eating my pasty when I heard Gerald's name. "Still doesn't sit right," one of them said, laying down a card. "Him dying like that." "No," another agreed. "Doesn't." No one reached for the next card right away. A chair creaked. Cards slid. Someone cleared his throat. "They said some money was gone, didn't they?" the third man asked. "From his pockets." "Just ones," the first replied. "That's what I heard." "Well," the fourth said, "that could have been from a game. Gerald liked having small bills on him." I stilled. Cloth paused in my hand. "He played," the second man said. "Nothing heavy, just cards. A few dollars here and there." "Could lose track easy," the first added. "You're talking nickels and dimes, really." "Ones," the third man said again, thoughtful. "Makes sense." The cards were dealt again. "Gerald was careful," someone said. "Never reckless." "No," another agreed, "but he wasn't precious about money either." "That's true," the fourth man said. "If he lost a few bucks, he wouldn't have thought twice about it." The conversation drifted after that, back to the hand being played, to whose turn it was to deal next, to whether the deck needed replacing. I finished wiping the counter and moved the cloth aside, my hands suddenly still. They weren't blaming Gerald, they weren't accusing him of anything. They were doing something else entirely. They were making sense of it. Gerald hadn't carried ones for cards. He carried them because he liked being ready, to tip a kid raking leaves, to press a bill into someone's palm without fuss, to hand over help without making a production of it. The ones weren't casual money, they were intentional. But listening to the men at the card table, I understood how easily that distinction disappeared. A few missing dollars became nothing to worry about, nothing to question, nothing that needed looking into too closely. It was a gentler story, one that let everything stay mostly the same. Marmalade hopped down from the windowsill and wound her way between the tables, tail high. One of the men reached down absently and scratched her chin without breaking the flow of the game. Outside, a car door closed. Someone laughed on the sidewalk. Inside, the cards kept moving. And just like that, a story had found its footing because it was easy to live with. I didn't interrupt them. I didn't correct anyone. I just listened. And I understood why it was so easy for no one to look any further. Chapter 42. Dean stopped by my house just before dusk. I was in the kitchen, rinsing a mug of tea I hadn't finished, when Jory gave a single bark. Not alarmed, just informative. By the time I opened the door, Dean was already stepping back from the porch, hands tucked into his coat like he'd debated whether to knock again. "Hope this is okay," he said. "It is. Come in," I said. "You're my second visitor since I got home." I gestured to Jory, who sniffed Dean's pant leg once, then trotted back toward the living room, satisfied with the inspection. Dean didn't sit right away. He stood near the doorway, taking in the ordinary clutter. "I won't keep you long," he said. "I wanted to close a loop with you." That phrasing caught my attention. "What kind of loop?" I asked. He glanced down at Jory, then back at me. "It concerns Gerald's last morning at Santa Camp." I waited. "When I re-interviewed Sherry," Dean said, "she mentioned something that hadn't stood out before. Once the Santas were settled into their activities, once things were running, Gerald would usually go back through the locker room." "To tidy," I said. Dean nodded. "She said most of the Santas didn't even realize that was why the room always looked the way it did. They just assumed it was taken care of." That sounded exactly right. "He didn't like leaving things messy," I said. "That's what Sherry said, too," Dean replied. "I have her looking at the schedule for that morning. Who arrived early, who left before the first activity wrapped, who didn't show up at all." My stomach tightened slightly. "Anyone stand out?" "Not yet," he said, "but it helped me understand why Gerald would have been in the locker room, not by chance, by habit." Jory flopped down at my feet, sighing deeply, as if the conversation had reached a level of seriousness he approved of. "There was one more thing," Dean said, "and this didn't come from Sherry." "From who?" I asked. "Her daughter," he said. "She was helping out that morning." I waited again. "She remembered Gerald stopping near the office door before heading back toward the locker room," Dean continued. "Said he sounded different." "Different how?" Dean considered his words. "Not upset, just distracted, like there was something on his mind." I closed my eyes for a moment. "He wouldn't have let his worry distract him from what needed doing," I said. "That was her sense, too," Dean said. "She didn't think much of it at the time, only remembered it after." I leaned against the counter. Gerald was a very focused person. Dean looked at me. "Tell me." "He had a schedule," I said. "Not rigid, but deliberate. He liked knowing what came next. He liked things tended. He didn't tidy because he had to. He did it because he couldn't stand leaving a place worse than he found it." "That makes sense," Dean said. I studied his face. "Does any of this help you?" "Yes," he said without hesitation. It helps me understand timing and expectation. Expectation? That someone expected the locker room to be empty, Dean said. They didn't realize he'd be back. The words settled between us. Outside, a car passed. Somewhere down the block, a door closed. I keep thinking about how invisible his work was, I said. The tidying, the resetting. People benefited without knowing who was doing it. Dean's expression lightened. That happens more than we admit. I think that's part of why this feels wrong, I said. Not just what happened, but how easily it could happen. Dean nodded once. I wanted you to hear this from me, before the pieces start fitting together more publicly. I appreciate that, I said. He turned toward the door, then paused. If you think of anything else about Gerald's routines, anything that feels small or ordinary, you let me know. I will, I said. At the door, he added, and Pen, keep doing what you're doing. After he left, I stood there a moment longer than necessary. Jory nudged my ankle, then settled again, content. I thought about Gerald's habits, his understated circuits, the way he moved through spaces, leaving them better than he found them. And I understood something with a clarity that made my chest ache. He hadn't walked into danger because he was reckless. He'd walked into it because he was a man people counted on and forgot to notice. Chapter 43. I opened Augustus' loom early the next morning before the street fully woke up. The air inside was cool and still before the lights went on and the day began asking things of me. I turned on only the lamps near the back, letting the rest of the shop remain dim, and crossed to the loom. I needed my hands busy. My thoughts didn't settle unless I gave them something steady to move alongside. I checked the warp threads first, running my fingers lightly along their length. Tension mattered. Too loose and the pattern sagged. Too tight and something snapped. Every piece depended on the others being exactly where they belonged. I sat and began to work, the shuttle moving back and forth with a rhythm I didn't have to think about. That was the thing about weaving. The pattern didn't appear all at once. It emerged, line by line, only making sense once enough pieces were in place. I kept seeing the rabbit's foot. Not as it had been, clean, pale, hanging from Gerald's belt loop, but as Jory had dropped it at my feet, mud-stained, the chain missing, treated like something disposable. It wasn't just that it had been taken, it was that it had been kept and then discarded. That sequence mattered. It spoke of possession first and contempt second, of someone who had wanted it and then wanted to be rid of it once it no longer served them. That was the part I still struggled to absorb. I shifted the shuttle again, watching the threads lock into place. My thoughts turned, as they had more than once, to Ryan. For years, the town had talked about his connection to Gerald as if it were fixed and unquestionable, like something set long ago and never altered. Gerald had helped him when he was a boy. Everyone knew that, a glove, a ride, a quiet word at the right time. But that didn't mean the relationship had stayed the same. I'd sensed it before, though I hadn't known what to call it at the time. A thinning. A distance that Ryan covered with performance and Gerald met with courtesy. The hardware store incident surfaced in my mind, Ryan looking genuinely startled when the tool was found in his coat pocket, insisting it was a mistake, the manager apologizing, the whole thing smoothed over so neatly that it barely left a mark, except it had, because not long after that, Terrence had mentioned, confidentially, almost reluctantly, that a first edition had gone missing from the cobbled quill after Ryan had stopped in. Nothing provable, nothing worth making a fuss over, just enough to make Terrence start watching more closely. I hadn't thought much of it then. In a small town, suspicions without proof had a way of evaporating. But now, sitting at the loom, the threads began to align. If Ryan had been stealing, from the hardware store, from the bookstore, Gerald would not have covered for him. Not as an adult. Maybe once when he was a boy. Maybe when the stakes were small and the lesson mattered more than the consequence. But not now. Gerald believed in making things right. He believed in helping people up, but not in pretending harm hadn't happened. I could see it clearly now. Gerald had gone back to the locker room because that was what he always did. Because he finished what he started. Because he didn't leave messes behind for others to deal with. And if he caught Ryan going through the wallets, through the pockets, he wouldn't have placated him. He wouldn't have covered for him. The shuttle paused in my hand. Was that when everything shifted? Not because Gerald intended to confront him, not because he wanted trouble, but because he refused, finally, to protect someone who had mistaken kindness for cover. The murder hadn't been planned, but the resentment had boiled over. I resumed weaving, slower now, more deliberate. The pattern was there. It had been there all along. I just hadn't been ready to see how the pieces fit together. By the time the light outside had fully changed, I understood what I'd been resisting. Gerald had been killed because he refused to look away, and that made him dangerous to the wrong person. And that truth settled into me, not with shock, but with a heavy, aching certainty that felt impossible to set aside. Chapter 44. Dean had asked me to come by the station just after lunch. Not summoned, just a simple, "If you've got time, I'd like to talk," delivered in the same even tone he used when he didn't want to make anything bigger than it already was. I told myself I was going because I had something useful to share. That was true. I also knew, if I was honest, that I didn't want to carry the new shape of the story alone for one more day. The station smelled of coffee and copier toner, a familiar combination that made me think of forms and tough decisions. The front desk was empty when I came in. A radio murmured somewhere down the hall. I could hear the tap of keys from an office. Katie Nichols looked up as I glanced into the dispatch room, headset askew like she'd pushed it off one ear so she could hear what was going on in the station without committing to listening. "Pen," she said, mouth lifting slightly. "You here to make my afternoon exciting?" "Only in the most paperwork-friendly way," I said. "That's what everyone says right before they don't," she replied, but she pointed her chin toward the back hallway. "He's in his office." I knocked once, then pushed the door open. Dean looked up from his desk. He didn't smile exactly, but his expression softened how it often did when he saw me. "Hey," he said. "Hey," I replied, closing the door behind me. "You said you wanted to talk, and here I am." He gestured to the chair across from him. I sat, folding my hands in my lap, because if I didn't, I'd start fidgeting. Dean studied me for a moment. "You look like someone who didn't sleep much." "I slept," I said. Dean waited. "Not well." I exhaled. I couldn't stop thinking about Gerald. He nodded once, the smallest encouragement. "And about routine," I continued. "About how he went back to that locker room because that's what he did, not because he was looking for trouble." Dean nodded once. "Go on." "It also means—" I stopped, restarted. "It means someone thought they could count on the locker room being empty. And it was, until Gerald stopped back to tidy up." Dean's gaze held mine, calm and direct. "I can't get the rabbit's foot out of my head. My mind keeps circling back to it," I said. "Keeping it first, then dumping it. That wasn't panic. That was attitude, ego, contempt." Dean didn't flinch at any of it. He just listened, absorbing. "You're not the first person to use the word kept," he said. "That's why I asked you to come in. I wanted to see where your head was." I couldn't stop the chuckle, because I have good instincts. "You have excellent instincts." Dean leaned back slightly in his chair. "Pen, before you say anything else, I'm going to tell you something." I waited, my pulse picking up. "I called Ryan Michols this morning," Dean said. "Asked him to come in for a conversation." My stomach dipped. "You already did that," I said. Dean nodded. "He'll be here in a few minutes." I stared at him for a beat. "Then maybe I should—" "That's up to you," Dean said evenly. "You came here to share what you're thinking. You can do that and go. Or you can stay a minute and listen, if he doesn't object." I hesitated, already feeling the old reflex. Step back, make room, don't get in the way. Dean watched me, not pushing. "I'll share what I came to share," I said finally, "and then I'll go." "All right," he said. "But first I want to tell you what I've been thinking. You can decide what to do with it." He gestured with one hand. "You've got the floor." I took a breath and told him, not dramatically, not as a story, just as a sequence of thoughts that had stopped being theoretical. The hardware store incident, the way things had been smoothed over, Terrence's worry about the missing first edition, my sense that Ryan and Gerald hadn't been as close recently as Ryan wanted people to believe, the idea that Gerald would have covered for a boy, but not for a man, not if the man kept stealing, not if the man didn't stop. Dean's expression didn't change much while I spoke, but I could see the attention in his eyes sharpen. When I finished, he said, "You did the right thing in telling me." "They're thoughts, not facts," I reminded him. "That doesn't mean they aren't valuable," he said. Before I could answer, there was a knock on the outer door. 2 firm raps that didn't quite sound like someone who was used to being in police stations, but also didn't sound afraid. Dean's gaze flicked toward the hallway. "That'll be him," he said. My throat went dry. Dean rose and opened his office door. I heard the low murmur of voices, Dean greeting him, Ryan responding. Footsteps, the scrape of a boot against the threshold. Then Ryan appeared in the doorway. He looked fine, not sweaty, not frantic. He wore a work jacket and jeans, hair still damp at the back like he'd come straight from a job site. His face was set into something polite and careful. His eyes landed on me and held there a fraction too long. "Well," he said, as if he'd walked into Main Street Cafe and found a table he hadn't expected. "Hi, Penn." "Hi," I said. Dean motioned him in. "Ryan, have a seat." Ryan sat in the chair beside mine, angling his knees toward Dean like that was the correct posture for an innocent man. He offered a small shrug as if to say, "I don't know why I'm here either, but sure." Dean returned to his desk. The room settled into a stillness that felt intentional. "I'll just go," I said quickly, pushing my chair back a fraction. Ryan turned his head toward me. "No," he said, mild, almost generous. "You can stay." Dean didn't react. He didn't look at me either. He simply waited, letting the decision hang where it belonged. Ryan's mouth lifted slightly. "There isn't anything I'm going to say that anyone couldn't hear." My hand tightened on the edge of the chair. I looked at Dean. His expression remained neutral, professional, patient. I sat back down. "All right," I said. Ryan's eyes flicked over me again, quick as a blink, like he was checking whether I looked afraid. I kept my face impassive. Dean folded his hands on the desk. "Ryan," he said, calm as ever, "I asked you to come in because I want to clarify your morning at Santa Camp. It's routine. It's part of me doing my job." Ryan nodded quickly. "Sure, of course." Dean didn't reach for a file. He didn't shuffle papers. He didn't make a show of evidence. He just spoke. "Sherry told me something when I re-interviewed her," Dean said. "Once the Santas were busy, once activities started, Gerald would often circle back to the locker room." Ryan's face stayed impassive. "Yeah, Gerald was like that. He liked things tidy," Dean said. Ryan gave a little laugh that didn't sound amused. "He did. He was always picking up after people." "I'll wager most of the Santas didn't realize he was the reason the locker room always looked so well-maintained," Dean said. Ryan shifted slightly in his chair. It was small, but it was the first movement that wasn't chosen for appearance. Dean continued, still calm. That means Gerald likely returned to that locker room around mid-morning, by habit, not by chance. Ryan's jaw worked once. Okay. Dean held his gaze, and it means someone could have expected the locker room to be empty, and been wrong about that. Silence. Ryan blinked. Dean's voice remained steady, almost tender. I'm going to lay out what I believe happened. You can correct me if any part of it is wrong. Ryan's mouth opened, then closed again. Dean didn't rush. Someone went into that locker room while the Santas were occupied, Dean said. They went through wallets, pockets. They took what they could. Small bills, easy money. Ryan's face tightened at the corners. Dean watched him. Gerald came in, Dean said. He saw what was happening. Ryan swallowed. His Adam's apple bobbed. Gerald confronted that person, Dean went on, and he made it clear that this wasn't something he would smooth over. My stomach clenched. I could see it all so clearly in my head. Dean's gaze stayed on Ryan. He said no, Dean said simply. He said he wasn't going to cover for it this time. Ryan's breath hitched. He tried to make it look like a sigh. Dean waited a beat, letting the words sit without embellishment. Then Ryan laughed, short and sharp, like something in him couldn't hold the pressure anymore. You make it sound real neat, he said. Dean didn't react. It doesn't have to be neat to be true. Ryan's eyes flicked to me again, and there was something in them now that wasn't politeness. It was resentment, or fear, maybe both. I didn't hate him, Ryan said suddenly, voice louder than it needed to be. If that's what you think... Dean lifted one hand slightly. Not a stop sign. A steadying gesture. I didn't say you hated him, Dean said. Ryan's chest rose and fell too fast. He stared at the desk like he might find a better version of himself carved into the wood. He was going to make it impossible, Ryan said, quieter now. He was going to... He shook his head hard, as if dislodging the thought might change it. He didn't understand. My throat tightened. Dean's voice remained even. Help me understand what you mean. Ryan's hands clenched on his knees. His knuckles went pale. He was going to tell, Ryan said. He was going to make a thing out of it. He was going to... He swallowed, and for the first time his eyes looked wet. I've got a job. I've got a life. People already look at me like I'm... Like I'm what? I thought. Like you're that little boy who was always getting into trouble until Gerald took you under his wing? Dean leaned forward slightly. Ryan. Ryan flinched at his name. Dean's voice softened, not with pity, but with control. I need to stop you there, he said. Ryan blinked, confused. Dean held his gaze. Before we go further, I'm going to read you your rights. The air in the room changed. It wasn't dramatic. It didn't come with sirens or slammed doors. It was just a line crossed. Ryan's face drained of color. I sat very still, my hands folded tight in my lap, the hum of the station suddenly loud in my ears. Dean reached into the desk drawer, pulled out a small card, and began to read in the same calm voice he used for everything. Ryan stared at him, stunned, as if he'd believed, until this exact second, that he could talk his way back into being safe. I looked at Ryan's hands, clenched on his knees, and I thought of Gerald, habitual, reliable, moving through life and doing the quiet work that made everything else possible. Gerald had been killed because he refused to look away, and that made him dangerous to the wrong person. And for the first time since the morning he died, the truth sat in the open between us, undeniable and plain. Chapter 45. The station felt different after that, as though something had shifted that wouldn't shift back. Dean finished reading Ryan his rights. Ryan barely reacted, just nodded once, like the world had already tipped, and this was the part where he accepted it. When Dean asked if he understood, Ryan said yes, in a voice that sounded far away from him. I stood when Dean did, unsure what to do with my hands or my feet now that there was nothing left to say. Dean caught my eye. "You can head out, Pen." "I'll wait outside," I said. Ryan didn't look at me as I passed him. He stared at the desk, jaw set, as if there were still some version of events he could arrange into something survivable if he just stared hard enough. Out in the hallway, the station hummed on. Phones rang. A printer whirred. Someone laughed softly at something I couldn't hear the punchline to. Life continuing. Katie glanced up as I stepped past dispatch. She took one look at my face and didn't ask anything. "Coffee?" she offered. "Not right now," I said. "Anytime," she replied, already turning back to her screen. Outside, the afternoon had gone pale and thin, the kind of light that made everything look honest whether it wanted to or not. I stood on the steps longer than necessary, breathing in air that felt sharper than it had an hour ago. Gerald L. was still dead. That hadn't changed. What had changed was the silence around it. By the time I reached Augustus Loom, word hadn't spread. Not officially, not yet, but I could feel the shift anyway. The way people looked at me, the way conversations paused and resumed with care, the way kindness moved closer to the surface, uncertain but present. I unlocked the door and stepped inside, letting the bell chime behind me. The shop smelled like wool and dye and the faint metallic note of the loom oil I'd used that morning. Familiar, grounding. I ran my hand along the edge of the counter and stood there, letting myself feel the weight of what had just happened. Ryan hadn't been a monster. That was the hardest part. He'd been a man who'd grown used to being protected, who'd mistaken kindness for cover, who'd believed that as long as he stayed inside the version of himself the town preferred, no one would look at all. Gerald had, and Gerald had said no. I thought about the Helping Hands Fund, about how quickly it had filled and how easily it had been bent, about how Gerald had helped people quietly, directly, without systems that asked the wrong questions or deferred the right ones. I knew what would happen next. There would be statements, paperwork, charges, the long, careful work of sorting fact from feeling. There would also be grief, confusion, people re-editing memories now that the story had changed shape again. Cornwall would do its part by absorbing, adjusting, continuing. But I also knew this. It would not be swept under the rug, not this time. I went to the loom and set my hands on the frame, steadying myself before beginning again. Some patterns only made sense once the tension was set, and now, finally, it was. Chapter 46. The news didn't arrive all at once. There was no siren moment, no announcement pinned to a bulletin board or delivered with a microphone. It moved through pauses, through precise phrasing, through the subtle conversation. By the next morning, people knew something had changed. I could feel it before anyone said a word. At Augustus Loom, customers lingered a little longer at the counter. They asked how I was, then corrected themselves, asked how we were. No one mentioned Ryan by name. No one mentioned Gerald either. But both were present, hovering between skeins of yarn and half-finished scarves. "Things okay?" one woman asked. "They will be," I said. She nodded as if that were enough. By mid-morning, Denzel Harwood stopped by. He stepped inside, removed his hat, and waited until I'd finished ringing up a purchase before speaking. "Helping Hands is now fully under Harwood's accounting," he said. I leaned against the counter. That was fast. "It needed to be," he replied. "There's no reason a community fund should depend on one person's judgment alone." "No," I said, "there isn't." He nodded once, satisfied, then added, "Requests that were denied are being reviewed." I met his eyes. "Thank you." He didn't respond. He didn't need to. At 3 Whiskers later that afternoon, I watched the news ripple outward in real time. Elise moved between tables with her usual ease, but her smile was more deliberate today. Isla lingered near the counter, listening more than talking. A few patrons spoke in low voices, heads bent together, then glanced up and shifted topics when someone new approached. "Helping Hands is still going," someone said, tentative. "It is," Elise replied calmly. "It's just being handled differently." "That's probably for the best," another voice offered. No one argued. What struck me most wasn't anger or defensiveness. It was relief, as if something uncomfortable, something no one wanted to name, had finally been acknowledged, and now people could set it down. Later, as I was leaving, a woman caught my sleeve. "Pen," she said. "I just wanted to say, Gerald would have liked this part." I knew what she meant. The part where the work continued. The part where kindness didn't disappear just because it had been misused. The part where help was still help, but no longer unchecked. That evening, I walked past the places where the kettles had once sat. They were gone now. In their place were small signs, temporary, neatly printed, directing people to contact Sarah Gilmore at Harwood Corporation for donations and assistance. It wasn't sentimental. It wasn't symbolic. It was functional. And somehow, that felt right. Gerald hadn't believed in gestures for their own sake. He'd believed in doing the thing that needed doing, then moving on to the next. As I unlocked my door that night, I felt the weight of the last few weeks settle. Not lift, exactly, but redistribute into something I could carry. The town hadn't failed. It had hesitated, and now it was correcting itself. That mattered. I turned off the lights, the shop falling into a hush behind me. Outside, Main Street glowed softly, but underneath, the pattern had shifted. And this time, it felt stronger for it. Chapter 47. I opened Augustus Loom early the next morning, not because I needed to, but because I wanted the quiet before anyone else arrived. The hum of the lights, the faint smell of wool and wood. The shop felt steadier at this hour, like it hadn't yet been asked to hold anything for anyone. I sat at the loom and ran my fingers along the warp, checking tension. One thread slightly looser than the rest. I tightened it, then another. Small adjustments. Necessary ones. Nothing worked if you ignored them. I thought about Gerald L., about how often he'd stepped into places that weren't technically his responsibility and made them better anyway. How he'd noticed what others didn't, or chose not to. A crooked chair, a missed bill, a boy who needed covering for, a man who didn't. He hadn't been careless, he'd been attentive, and that was the part that still ached. I had spent years admiring that quality in him, calling it decency, calling it kindness, telling myself that smoothing things over was the same as helping. It wasn't. Kindness wasn't supposed to disappear people. I tightened another thread and leaned back, studying the pattern taking shape. It wasn't finished, not yet, but I could see where it was going, where it would hold, where it wouldn't. I thought about the rabbit's foot, how it had hung from Gerald's belt loop, more habit than belief, how it had been kept, then discarded, as if it had failed to do its job. Luck hadn't failed Gerald. People had, and people could choose differently. The bell over the door chimed softly as someone walked past outside, not coming in yet. The town waking up, moving on. I didn't feel the urge to rush out and meet it. Instead, I tied off the row I'd been working on and left the loom exactly where it was, unfinished, but stable. Something I could return to without pretending it was already whole. When I finally stood, I didn't reach for my apron right away. I let myself stand there in the stillness, not fixing anything. That felt new and right. Chapter 48. Snow had started falling sometime mid-afternoon, the soft, patient kind that didn't announce itself so much as quietly change the world outside the windows. I was at Three Whiskers with Dean, each of us cupping a mug of coffee that had gone untouched long enough to cool, the conversation wandering the way it did when nothing urgent pressed. The cafe was busy in a gentle way, chairs pulled close, voices low, cats draped wherever they pleased. The windows fogged, the glow inside pushing back against the gray. Jory was sprawled at my feet, taking up more floor than strictly necessary, his chin resting on his paws. He hadn't moved since we sat down, content to exist in the middle of things, without being part of the conversation. Guinness sat on Dean's lap, tail flicking once every few seconds like she was keeping time with her own thoughts. Dean had already earned her approval. She'd sniffed him thoroughly when he arrived, circled once and jumped into his lap. He chuckled and pushed back his chair a little to give her more room. Since then, she'd settled in and closed her eyes. I was just thinking that meant progress when she suddenly leaned forward and swatted at his coat pocket. Dean startled, then laughed. "Hey." I smiled. "Careful. She only does that when she thinks someone's hiding something." He raised an eyebrow. "Is that so?" "She used to do it to Gerald," I said lightly. "Every time he came in, she went for the rabbit's foot. It always made him laugh." Guinness swatted again, more insistently this time. At my feet, Jory lifted his head, ears angling forward, not alarmed, just attentive, as if he recognized the shape of the moment even if the details were different. Dean glanced down at his pocket, then back up at me. "I don't have a rabbit's foot in there, if that's what you're thinking." "That's disappointing," I said. "I was hoping for a scandal." Instead, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a small packet, shaking it once. The faint rattle was all it took. Guinness's ears perked. She froze. Then she launched herself at the packet, meowing loudly. "A cat treat," he said, smiling. "I came prepared." "Smart man," I said. Before he could distribute the bribe, the bell over the door chimed, and a woman stepped in with a carrier tucked against her chest. She looked tired, but lighter somehow, relieved. Inside the carrier, a small gray cat peered out, cone-free, eyes bright. "Dolly," I breathed. The woman spotted me and hesitated, then crossed the room. "Pen, hi, I hope it's okay we stopped in." "Of course," I said, standing. "How is she?" "She's doing great," the woman said, pride and gratitude woven together. "Surgery went well. She's already trying to jump, which I think it pretty remarkable considering her age." Dean smiled at that. "She's officially banned from all high places for at least another week," the woman added. "But you know cats." I crouched slightly to peer into the carrier. Dolly blinked slowly at me, unimpressed but alive, unmistakably herself. "I heard about reapplying to the fund," the woman said, "about the changes, and I thought, what did I have to lose? Dolly needed the surgery and—" She hesitated, then finished. "Cassie heard about it too and reapplied. The fund covered her mortgage. Just for the month. It made all the difference." I nodded, not trusting myself to say much more. "That's how it should be," Dean said. The woman smiled at him, then looked back at me. "I just wanted you to know. Both of you." After she left, Three Whiskers settled back into its rhythm. Cups clinked. Someone laughed. Snow continued its slow descent outside. Guinness accepted her treat and returned to her nap from the comfort of his lap, satisfied for the moment. I sank back into my seat. "That's the part Gerald would have liked," I said. Dean didn't ask which part. "The part where help actually helps," I continued. "Without conditions, without someone standing in the way." He set a standard. "And now it's being met," I said. Outside, Main Street blurred beneath the snowfall, familiar and newly softened all at once. Inside, the cafe hummed with ordinary life, warmth, animals, people lingering because they could. On impulse, I lifted my cup. "To Gerald," Dean raised his. "To Gerald." We drank. Outside, the snow kept falling, and for a town built on small, steady kindnesses, things being set right again felt like enough to keep going. This has been Sniffing Out the Truth, written by Cindy Kirk. If you have enjoyed this story, please remember to hit the like button and subscribe to be notified of each new audiobook release. Thank you for listening.